Chapter 1. Sealed Power, Secret Revealed. It was a normal morning in Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. The ninja were at their posts, the merchants were opening their shops, the Hokage monument was vandalized. Wah! Get back here, brat! An angry Chunin yelled as he and another 5+4 imbu were on the rooftops chasing an orange-clad blonde, with blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Ha! You're just jealous you didn't have the guts to do it yourself. I did 'cause my face will be on that mountain in the future. The blonde yelled back over his shoulder. Looking ahead again, he grinned and took a corner in an empty alleyway. We'll get you executed for this, demon! Another yelled and the group rushed on his tail. That's what they thought anyway, because as soon as they were out of sight the blonde removed the camouflage and stepped away from the wall. Heh, amateurs! The boy grinned. Is that so? Said a calm voice from behind him, making him jump in surprise. Irika-sensei, what are you doing here? The blonde asked innocently. It was worth a try, right? Oh, just looking for the troublemaker that vandalized the Hokage monument. About your age, blonde with blue eyes and wearing a kill me orange jumpsuit. You wouldn't happen to see him, did you? Maybe in the mirror, and Naruto? Irika asked ironically. Hey, orange is my favorite color. Leave my jumpsuit out of this. Naruto replied a little angry. Cut the chit-chat, you have to clean the monument by the end of the day. I already spoke to the Hokage about it. Irika said, handing him a bucket and a rag. By the end of the day, it took me 4 hours to paint it, Naruto said desperately. Yep, plenty of time, right? Irika gave him a slight grin. You're evil, Naruto mumbled as he made his way towards the monument with Irika on his tail. Comes with the job, Irika replied. With being a ninja? Naruto asked surprised. No, being an academy teacher. Should have figured. Teachers are evil, Naruto mumbled. During that evening at the Ichiraka ramen stand, Irika and Naruto were enjoying a bowl of miso ramen. While Irika was enjoying a bowl, Naruto was at his 8th. Remind me to treat you only on my payday, Irika said to Naruto as he handed the money to Tuchi, the owner. Cheapskate, Naruto smiled with content. Anyway, Naruto, make sure you're not late tomorrow at the academy. Wouldn't want to miss the exams, right? Irika said. You mean again, right? Naruto glared at him. No, I know it wasn't your fault last time. Just make sure to wake at least 2 hours early. To have time to avoid those mobs, he added to himself. Before the last exam, a mob had cornered Naruto and put him in the hospital for a week, not wanting the demon to get more powerful. Sure thing, sensei. Naruto nodded in understanding. As he entered his house that night, Naruto stepped over several tripwires and ducked under the blade that was meant to decapitate him. Apparently, some villagers visited his apartment again. No matter, they just gave him more materials to work with. As he disassembled the traps, he got 24 high-quality kunai and a very interesting sword. Whoever put it there really wanted him dead. The blade was made of a chakra-absorbing metal that could permanently contain it until released on the enemy. This one in particular contained fire element chakra at the moment. Too bad for them, he was able to sense it since he left Ichiraku. Yes, he could sense chakra from very far away and even differentiate chakra signatures. He could easily tell who the blade had belonged to, but he knew better than to try to make a complaint to the council. Even though he was attending the academy, he was still technically a civilian, so the civilian council would be the ones giving the verdict that he stole it. All those on the civilian council were bastards with him. They always found him guilty for everything. They even made stuff up occasionally, probably from boredom. The ninja side of the council was usually on his side, when he wasn't doing pranks anyway. Everyone besides Hyuga Hayashi, of course. The Hyuga head was always trying to make his life hell. He hated the man and the feeling was obviously mutual. The Hokage was often his only ray of hope in getting out of all the crap the council was holding him responsible for. Well, he could have done it himself, but he decided not to the day he put on his mask. Yes, that fateful day over 7 years ago. It was October 10th, his birthday, but for the village it was the day of the Kyubi attack and its imprisonment in a human body. The Yondaime Hokage gave his life and soul to the Shinigami in the process of sealing the fox, asking for the child that now carried this burden to be seen as a hero. And the villagers did obviously the right thing in their opinion. They repeatedly tried to murder the demon boy in order to finish the Yondaime work and avenge him. Morons, Naruto mumbled, recalling how he woke up in the hospital. Flashback. As he opened his eyes, he saw a white ceiling. Blinking to adjust his eyes, he felt something covering his mouth and air flowing from it. Oxygen tube. Damn, I'm in the hospital again. At least I'm alive. That's good news at least. Probably. He thought as he tilted his head to the side, noticing an old man sitting next to him. How are you feeling, Naruto? Sarutobi asked, concerned. As long as nobody tries to poison me while I'm here, I'll be fine, Naruto mumbled. Well, considering that all your wounds are healed, you can leave in an hour. So I wouldn't be too concerned, Sarutobi said, amused and depressed at the same time. Wah, that means I've been out at least a week, in order for all that to heal, he said, surprised. Actually, you've been here a night. You must have dreamed some more injuries in the meantime, the old man said, avoiding looking him in the eye. That immediately made Naruto suspicious. The old man was hiding something, and it wasn't the first time. It usually happened when Naruto did something weird. And thinking about it, healing that level of injury definitely classified as weird. Just that chakra-enhanced blade in the gut would have killed him. In the gut? Hold on! He suddenly remembered seeing something right before he lost consciousness. There was something on his belly where he was stabbed. I'll check it out later when I'm alone, he decided. Of course I did. I'm amazing, he said loudly, making the old man chuckle. You sure are, Naruto, he smiled, more than you know. Later, after the Hokage and his Anbu guards have taken him home and got rid of the traps that, mysteriously, appeared all over the place, Naruto found himself in the bathroom staring at the mirror. Well, there's nothing there, he deadpanned after looking at his belly for a few minutes. Still, those markings looked familiar. I'm sure I've seen something like that on those cool pieces of paper that go boom. That's it. Seals. Ninja stuff. The old man has to know, Naruto said happily, before he remembered the Hokage's odd behavior. Yeah, the old man probably doesn't want me to know. And I heard he has a lot of books on seals from the Yondai. Naruto suddenly stopped and grinned mischievously. The next day, he barged in the Hokage office and put his plan in motion. Hey, old man, I need your help with something so I can become the best Hokage ever, he said with his foxy grin. Naruto, I already told you you can join the academy when you're 7. Until then, I can't train you in any way. It wouldn't be fair to everyone else. Sarutobi sighed. Who said anything about training? Naruto's grin widened. What do you have in mind then? Sarutobi asked cautiously. I heard the Yondaime was famous for his seals, so I figured I should surpass him in that first. The grin almost split his face. Well, it's true that you don't need to know how to use chakra to draw seals, and I suppose I could test them occasionally. But Fuinjutsu is the most complex ninja art, he said thoughtfully. Like you said, I have 2 more years to waste. Naruto shrugged. True. The Sandaime sighed. Fine, I'll give you permission to look in my personal library. Don't tell anyone and focus only on the Fuinjutsu section. He agreed, knowing Naruto would be kicked out of the public library. Thanks, Aji-san. Naruto smiled as he followed the aged Kage to the Hokage mansion. Here we are, Sarutobi said, as they reached the Fuinjutsu section of the library. Aji-san, how do I open these? The blonde asked, pointing at some containment seals. You can't at this point. You need to channel chakra into them, Sarutobi replied. So, Where can I learn how to mold chakra? Naruto asked excited. I'm pretty sure there's a book on the lower shelves. Good luck, said the old man as he left. From there on, Naruto spent almost 2 months learning how to channel chakra. It was hard, insanely hard actually, but maybe, just maybe, the seal on his belly would tell him something about his parents. That was his drive, what kept him going. During this time, he had learned that the seal appeared whenever he used his chakra. Also, it was some sort of containment seal, a very complex containment seal. So complex it kinda scared him a little. But he had it for years, so it couldn't be that bad, right? When the 3rd month ended, he decided to finally focus on his seal. He had found some similarities of a section of his seal to a memory containment seal. And according to the scroll he read, he could access it by meditating while channeling chakra. That translated to him as falling asleep. So, he lied on his bed, took a sleeping pill that he acquired during his last visit at the hospital, and started molding chakra. In a matter of seconds, he fell asleep and found himself in a sewer? What the hell? He yelled annoyed. As the echo faded, a red light began to glow the opposite end of the corridor. As it got more crimson, a low growl was heard. Curious, Naruto followed the sound and eventually arrived in a very large chamber. It was as tall as the Hokage monument, but couldn't guess the length as it was covered in darkness and separated from him by what looked like the doors to an enormous cage. All he could make out in that darkness were 2 slit crimson orbs. As he got closer, he noticed a paper on the cage that had the kanji for seal on it. Gradually, he realized that those eyes belonged to a huge fox, he asked confused. At that word, the eyes focused on him. Who are you? Naruto asked confused. I am the almighty Kyuubi, it roared as he raised all his 9 tails proudly. Right, Naruto's sweat dropped. Any chance you'll tell me how you are alive and more importantly why are you here? Your father, the Yondaime, knew I couldn't be killed so he sealed me in you. Though more stuff happened in the process. Kyuubi finished with a mumble. My father is the Yondaime, Naruto barely said before he fainted. At this, Kyuubi rolled his eyes and used one of his tails to splash some water on Naruto. Wake up, kid, it said. Huh? Where? Right, Naruto calmed down and looked depressed. At least now I know why the villagers hate me. Yeah, it's 'cause they're idiots, a common human trait. Kyuubi rolled its eyes. Hee, can't argue with you there. Naruto chuckled. You know, for someone that killed half of our in one night, you're not that bad. Thanks, I've always had people to talk to, so I didn't go insane like other Biju. Until I got sealed at least. Kyuubi replied a little sad. I'm sorry, maybe I can find them and give them a message for you, Naruto suggested. Thanks, Kit, but you misunderstood. I just can't talk to them. But they're right behind you. Huh. Naruto turned around and saw the wall. Unlike the others, this one was made of crystal and inside were people. Yep, let me give you a history lesson. You see, originally there was only one Biju, the Jubi, and apparently these guys used themselves to seal it, to stop the end of the world or something. But a few hundred years ago, the seal was broken and the Rakuto Sannin used his Rinnegan to seal it inside himself. And when he died, he chose to split it in 9, and since I was the most powerful one, these guys were placed in me. Kyuubi finished his rant. Okay, but I don't get why you attacked Konoha, Naruto asked. I was under a genjutsu. One moment I lay down for a nap. Next thing I know is seeing the Shinigami behind your father and getting sucked in the seal. Kyuubi explained. So these guys got caught in the seal, Naruto summarized. Yeah, the only one who knows how to let them out is the Hokage. He probably has at least one of the 2 control scrolls your father used. The fox confirmed. Maybe if I ask him, Naruto began. Yeah, right, give the key to release a demon to a 5-year-old. He wouldn't even show it to his most powerful ninja, let alone some brat that could get influenced by me. He would trust you with his life, I'll give you that much credit, but a Kage can't risk his village on a whim. Then I'll become Hokage. That's what I'm aiming for anyway, Naruto declared with a thumbs up. So I heard, the demon lord said amused. If you're serious about it, I could train you. Really? Sure. I've got nothing better to do. Besides, if I sleep too much my tails get stiff. He stretched, said Tails. Awesome. Can we start now? Sure. Let's start by reshaping this mindscape a bit. End flashback. That was how he found out about Kyuubi and how his training began. He had spent over a month modifying his mindscape, and only then did he realize that Kyuubi took the title Demon Trainer to a whole new insane level. He had tried to argue that even if he did do 300 laps and 200 push-ups it won't count for his real body, but Kyuubi waved him off, saying that he'll take care of it. When he finally returned to the outside, he not only did he find out that an hour in his mindscape meant a minute outside, but more importantly that Kyuubi Red Yuki enveloped him and put pressure on him to absorb the progress. Another use for the Yuki was bringing objects from the outside into the mindscape. If it weren't for the Kyuubi warning that it only worked one way, he would have absorbed the Hokage entire library. He was kinda put out before the Kyuubi showed him a jutsu that made a complete copy of a book, as long as he had the paper and ink. In less than a month he had finished reading the Fuinjutsu section of the library and had moved on to the Taijutsu section. That one had been a killer. Not only had it been 20 times larger than the previous one, but he had to practice those styles and moves. So in the 6.5 years that had passed since then, he had only learned about 10 styles out of 300. Still, he at least read most of the books and could probably recognize them in battle. Also, he had finished reading the ninjutsu and genjutsu sections. Emphasis on reading. While it was true that he had learned a lot of ninjutsu of various types and uses, his genjutsu skills were mediocre at best. Kyuubi had said that it was due to having his Yuki in addition to his own chakra. He also said that the seal had to be slightly modified in order to get rid of the problem. As for Kenjutsu, he was a natural with the sword. He had learned most of the styles he read about, but there was just something missing. None of them seemed comfortable enough to him. Sure, he could use them perfectly, even combine some styles, yet none so far seemed to fit him as he would have liked. So he decided to work with what he has for now and keep an eye out for any new sword styles. To compensate lack of genjutsu skills and of an appropriate sword style, he immersed himself in ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. According to his tenant, he originally had wind and water affinities. But after the sealing, he also acquired fire and earth affinities. He was also told that he also had great potential for lightning, but with the lack of lightning jutsu in the library he didn't have much to work with. He had mastered several B-rank jutsu, over 40 C-rank and a lot more D and E-rank ones. As his teacher suggested, he had focused mainly on the jutsu that increased their performance when you used more chakra on it, because that was something he had in spares even without the Kyuubi. He had even began to create jutsu that used 2 elements, but let's just say that didn't go too well. As for Fuinjutsu, he was definitely his father's son. He had mastered every single seal in the library and even began to invent new ones. True, he hadn't created something even half as complex as the Shiki Fujin on his belly, but even the Kyuubi had to admit that those trap tags were something ingenious. But what he had found most intriguing was one of the few things his tenant had insisted that he must learn, using the 2 separate parts of chakra, the ki and the mana, separately. He had told him that he must learn it before starting to use chakra on a daily basis, or it would become impossible. Initially, he didn't like it, but after it was explained to him that it would be much easier to control his chakra in his later years, he quickly gave in. His chakra control was, mainly because of the seal, awful. He initially needed to use at least twice the required amount of chakra in order to make the jutsu work, but after learning to use the 2 energies separately he sometimes got the jutsu right with even less chakra the normal ninja would use. Suffice to say, it was worth it. Overall, his training since that fateful day had made him a very powerful young man, at least high chunin level according to Kyuubi. However, all this progress was known to him and his tenant alone. He had known from the beginning that the villager would try even harder to kill him if they knew that the demon was getting stronger. So he had decided to act stupid, dress even stupider, and even fail the academy at least once. That last failed exam didn't affect him much, as he had already decided which class to graduate with. He purposely waited a year in order to be in the most promising class the academy had in over 10 years. There were kids from every important clan, giving him all the competition he could ever want. Theoretically, of course. In reality, most of them were spoiled brats, either more interested in going on a date like the Haruno, Yamanaha, and Inazuka, sleeping their asses of or eating non-stop like the Nara and the Akimichi, or pushing that skyscraper further up their asses so it can reach to ever-present Stormcloud above their heads like the Uchiha. Correction, last Uchiha. Right before he had joined the academy, his former ANBU guardian, and at a point close friend, Uchiha Itachi had whipped out his clan, leaving only his younger brother alive, Sasuke. From what he told to Sasuke, he wanted to test the potential of his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, but Naruto knew better. Since his first conversation with Kyuubi, he had learned that the one that manipulated him to attack Konoha had been Uchiha Madara, the one that had been hailed as the most powerful Uchiha until his exile, who was known to have died in the Valley of the End fighting Hiroshima Senju when the Shodaime had turned the Kyuubi against him. Well, apparently the old Uchiha was alive, though he had lost most of his power. Naruto initially considered telling the Hokage about it, but since that was all he knew, it would have caused more harm than good, so he let it slide. But none of that mattered to the last Uchiha. The only thing that mattered to him was avenging his family and resurrecting his clan. By any means necessary were his words, phrase that would have gotten punished any lower ninja, but he was an Uchiha, an elite of the elite, so obviously he was pampered his entire life, feeding his desire for revenge and disregarding everyone else. His guardians were the two council advisors, former teammates of the Sandaime, giving him even more space to bath in his glory. In the classroom, the Avenger was at the top of the class at a first inspection, but if one went for a closer approach, they would see that many were holding back their true skills. Naruto had long ago begun researching clan techniques, wanting to know from his competition. Such secrets were obviously kept under a strict guard, but after Kyuubi's rhetorical question of, what happens when the scrolls get old? He had begun looking through the trash at might. Well, he didn't go anywhere actually, but his clones did. Kyuubi had taught him two types of clones, Mizu Bunshin and Kaze Bunshin. While the water clones were more powerful, having 10% of the user's strength, they had to remain in a close range to him and left a puddle of water when dispelling. The wind clones, on the other hand, one of the two types of clones that left no trace once they dispelled, the other being Kage Bunshin. While their strength was less than 5%, they could even go to the other side of the fire country if it had enough chakra. That way, when someone noticed his clones looking through the trash, they could dispel before being identified, leaving nothing but a gust of wind. The same clones were used to gather scrolls and weapons after every Chunin exam, from the 44th training ground called the Forest of Death. Because of those nighttime expeditions, his personal jutsu library was almost doubled, not only in his mindscape but in the real world as well. After learning more complex containment seals, he was able to seal the equivalent of the Hokage personal library in a mere 12-inch scroll. Sure, it contained other scrolls that separated the information by class, and those scrolls contained other scrolls themselves, and so on, the final scrolls being the size of a human being. The same things had happened to the weapons he didn't sell. Both scrolls were sealed in the safest location Naruto could think of, on his own skin. So, taking clan techniques into account that Sasuke so generously used in class to get top grades, the class was pretty much balanced. As he lay in his bed after putting away his new weapons, he sighed in relief that it was finally time to remove his mask. He had had enough beatings and insults to last several lifetimes and had had more than enough of the attitudes of some of his classmates. While the Uchiha was an asshole that thought he was better than anyone, he wasn't the only annoying one in the classroom. Haruno Sakura, his self-proclaimed #1 fan, was a pink-haired shrieking banshee that drove a lot of people up the walls. Naruto was still cursing the day he chose to pretend she was his crush. The girl was a brute that hit him on the head at every excuse, just as her mother, who was on the civilian council, instructed her to. Another figure on his blacklist was Inazuka Kiba, the dog boy crossing the line on many occasions, regarding his advances to girls. He was, like Sasuke, stuck up and considered that the moment he saw a woman he owned her. Fortunately, the teachers kept a close eye on him and the girls were usually in groups to gossip, so he didn't have many occasions. One of the few girls that didn't gossip or consider him trash for that matter was Hyuga Hinata. She had kept him in her eyes from the moment he stepped inside the academy for the first time, and it was obvious to anyone with eyes that she had a crush on him. Well, anyone but Kiba, who usually chose her as his target, but Naruto had long ago reached the conclusion that the dog boy valued his nose more. Naruto was initially surprised by her affection, but after a while he began to like her as well, as it was almost impossible to resist that cute blushing face accompanied her stutter every time he was nearby. It was high time to return her affections. With that last thought, he went to sleep, knowing that the next day would change his life forever. Chapter 2. Sealed Power, True Strength Unveiled. Wake up, Kit. It's time to kick some ass. The Kyuubi gave his vessel his usual wake-up call. And, as usual, Naruto bolted from his bed with a kunai in hand, looking around for any threats. Damn it, how many times have I told you? Don't do that, growled in frustration. Heh, I lost count long ago. Anyway, get ready, you need to make it to the academy this time. The demon waved him of. Sighing, Naruto began to put his usual clothes on before he stopped. Oh yeah, today's the day, huh? He grinned. Yep, you won't be needing this orange eyesore anymore, Kyuubi agreed. Yeah, as much as I like orange, I have to admit that this jumpsuit is ugly, Naruto said, a little disgusted. Well, no more, he said as he took a scroll he had prepared a week ago. As he channeled chakra into the seal, a black wooden box appeared. From it, he took what from today onwards would be his shinobi uniform. Black ninja sandals, black ANBU pants, black sleeveless shirt with golden trimming and a gray-beige cloak with a hood. In addition, he had a weapon pouch on each leg and one at his waist, each containing numerous custom tags with seals in addition to the traditional kunai and shuriken. At his waist was a ninjutsu made of chakra-manipulating metal, and finally, several black wristbands on each arm and black fingerless gloves. Starting with his sandals and up to his hood, on the inside his clothes were covered in seals, from anti-gravity seals to elemental resistance seals. Each wristband had several containment seals on it, storing kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and ninja wire. His gloves, however, had a seal on each side. On his palm were containment seals for his two chakra-absorbing swords, the swords themselves having chakra storage seals all over the length of the blade. On the other side of the gloves were orange swirls that held chakra-absorbing seals. Up to this point, he had managed to make them absorb the chakra form jutsu up to C rank. As took a look at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile. Damn, Kyuubi. I don't know where you got the idea for this outfit, but I sure as hell like it, Naruto grinned. Yeah, makes you look mysterious, doesn't it? Kyuubi asked, pleased. Yeah, I can't wait for the genjutsu to drop, the blonde nodded, amused. After a short breakfast, he headed for the academy. However, he did so under a genjutsu that made his clothes look like the usual orange jumpsuit. What he really wanted to achieve was to shock his classmates. So he took a detour to the academy, avoiding any potential mob. When he arrived, he noticed that he wasn't the only one early. There were 4 others there, minding their own business. That business being to talk to his insects in Shino case, brooding for Sasuke and staring hungrily at a nervous Hinata in Kiba case. Hinata, on the other hand, blushed the moment Naruto stepped through the door, and it got even worse when he offered her one of his rare true smiles. As he took a seat next to Sasuke, he winked at her, almost making her faint and enraging Kiba, who began to growl. But before the Inuzuka could do anything, some screams and shrieks were heard from the corridor, approaching at a high speed. Cringing, Naruto quickly took out some earplugs and stuffed them in his ears, right before Sakura and Ino crashed into the classroom, arguing who had arrived first. As they approached Sasuke, they noticed Naruto on the seat next to him and jumped at his neck. Get off that seat, Baka. Sasuke-kun is mine, Only I can sit next to him, Sakura screeched. No, he's mine, Ino yelled back. Naruto baka, move it, Sakura screeched again. At this, Naruto turned to her giving a surprised look. HM? You said something, Haruno? He asked with obvious displeasure as he took out one of his earplugs. I said move, Sakura screamed as she got closer, a little pissed off by those earplugs. You're not worthy of sitting next to him. Shut your mouth, slut. You're not worthy of sitting anywhere in this class, Naruto spat out. Wah! Sakura took a step back in surprise. It usually took just a sentence to make him do what she wanted. But as she considered the rest of the sentence, she rushed at him in fury with her fist raised. Just before her fist connected to his head, he ducked, leaving that honor to the last Uchiha, who, mind you, had just taken a short break from brooding and had turned towards Naruto to drive him away. Thus, Sakura's fist got him right on his right eye and making him fall off his seat. A moment of silence followed as Sakura realized what she just did and gasped. Naruto, on the other hand, almost joined Sasuke on the floor, but in his case to roll in laughter. After a minute that looked like an eternity, Sasuke got up and began glaring at Naruto, who was now laughing even harder as he saw his black eye. Even Ino and Hinata had to turn around to hide their amused faces. Why did you dodge dobe? Sasuke yelled in rage just as more students poured into the classroom and began to stare in amusement at the bruised Uchiha. Yeah, you should have taken the hit instead of Sasuke-kun. That's all you're worthy of anyway, Sakura screeched. And why the hell should I get hit instead of the Uchiha fledgling? Naruto asked as he gave Sasuke a disgusted look. How dare you, lowly scum? You're not even worthy to know a damn thing about the greatness of the Uchiha, Sasuke yelled as he charged at Naruto, who casually dodged and tripped him. Well, Naruto began with a smirk. I know for a fact that your brother has set a new record in killing emos a few years back. He finished shocking all those that didn't know the details of the massacre. At that point, Sasuke saw red. He took out a kunai and was about to charge at Naruto when someone grabbed his shirt. What do you think you're doing? An irate Iruka asked. He hit me, Sasuke lied immediately. Is that true? Iruka frowned at Naruto. No, Haruno-san hit him, Shino said, surprising those who thought him mute. How did that happen? Iruka asked, confused. He knew Shino was the honest type, but for Sakura to hit the Uchiha. Ayano and Naruto-kun dodged, Hinata said timidly, but still a little amused as she recalled the event. Oh, realization dawned at Iruka, but before he could punish Sasuke, Mizuki interrupted and told them to take their seats. It would be best if we put a little distance between you two, Iruka said, looking from Sasuke to Naruto, who nodded and went to the back of the class and took a seat next to Hinata, right before Kiba could do it. Move it, loser, Kiba spat. Get lost, mutt, or I'll call the pound, Naruto spat back. Before Kiba could reply, Iruka told him to sit next to Sasuke, so he had no choice but to back down for now. Well, that was fun, the blonde whispered to Hinata with a smile, making her blush even more. As the written test began, Iruka and Mizuki distributed the test papers. The moment he touched the paper he got from Mizuki, Naruto knew there was something wrong. That feeling was confirmed when his tenant gave his input. A genjutsu. It seems that Hinata had noticed as well and was about to tell him, when he brought a finger to his lips and told her, watch this. Naruto knew he could dispel the genjutsu like it was nothing, but doing so he would have cancelled his own disguise. So he went for a more pleasant approach. The only ones who could cast that level of genjutsu that were now in the classroom were Iruka and Mizuki. Iruka was a no from the get-go, so that left Mizuki. With an evil smirk, Naruto focused his attention on the silver-haired Chunin and released a focused killing intent. Mizuki actually fell of his chair in the process and caused most of the class to laugh. But that was just the bonus as the genjutsu got dispelled. With a pleased smile, he turned towards Hinata, who was watching him in awe, and gave her another wink before turning to his, now academy level, test. Hinata did the same, though she was as red as a tomato. Needless to say, the blonde breezed through the test. The next test was on throwing kunai and shuriken. As they took turns, Sasuke hit 7 out of 10 targets with kunai and 9 out of 10 with shuriken. It was the class record until Naruto took his turn. He had watched most of the other students took incommode stances as they threw their weapons, so he decided to show them a thing or two. And why not start with his new clothes? "Uzumaki Naruto, you're up," Irika called out. "Sure thing, Irika-sensei. Just give me a second to get rid of this thing." He grinned and held up a ram sign, much to the others' confusion. "Kai!" he said, and in an instant his outfit was revealed. Gasps were heard all over the training field as they all gazed at him. He had his hood over his head and his cloak closed, so they couldn't see much, but the lack of orange was very shocking indeed. As he approached the target dummies, he pulled down his hood and revealed his face, earning quite a few blushes from the female gender. "Quit showing of Naruto Baka. You can't be as cool as Sasuke-kun no matter what you do," Sakura screeched. "Yeah, just miss already dead last," Kiba added. "HN Dobe, make sure you hold the right end of the kunai. Actually, forget what I said, get killed." The Uchiha graced them with a word. To their ire, Naruto just smirked and took out 10 kunai, 5 in each hand. Then, as casually as possible, he threw all of them at one of the dummies. Surprising most of those present, he is all the vital spot, but instead of being simply embedded into the dummy, they kept advancing until they came out the other side and hit the wall behind it, finally stopping deep into it. The world stood still for a few moments before Kiba voiced the thought on everyone mid. "What thunderscale?" As the commotion started to increase, Irika calmed them down and told Naruto to throw his shuriken at the other dummy. When Naruto took out 10 shuriken, the Chunin took a good look at them and gasped when he saw the blonde channeling chakra into them. And not just any chakra, he thought amazed. When Naruto threw the weapons, they all seemed to miss and hit the wall behind the dummy. "Heh, nice try, Uzumaki. Next time remember to hit the target, not the scenery," Mizuki mocked him. "No, all of them were perfect hits," Irika said as he approached the dummy, to everyone's surprise. He merely gave a flick to the dummy's head and it collapsed, sliced in perfectly equal pieces. He infused his shuriken with wind chakra, making their edge much sharper and the range as big as his reserves allow him. He got another perfect score, Irika stated as he turned to Naruto, who just nodded with a smile. Moving on to the ninjutsu section of the exam, the students finally began to show their true skills as many of them belonged to clans. The most praised was Sasuke, of course, who made his fan club cry with joy with a perfectly executed 5 feet tall katan Gukakyu, enveloping the dummy in the fireball. Naruto was next to perform, and Sasuke took the opportunity to make fun of him. "Hey Dobe, are you gonna show us you famous dying clones?" he smirked. "Sasuke, watch and learn," Naruto smirked back as he walked towards his dummy. "Katan Gukakyu no Jutsu," he called out as he blew a 20 feet tall white-hot fireball at his target, turning it to ashes and scorching the ground. He then turned towards the stunned crowd and gave a final sentence. "As you can see, bigger is better," he said with a foxy grin, making most of the females blush and the Uchiha the seethe in anger. Since he already proved his abilities in both using and dispelling a genjutsu, Naruto was allowed to skip it and he went to the sparring area to wait for the taijutsu exam to start and to do a few warm-up exercises. In less than an hour, the other had arrived and the final test began. The students took turns in fighting Irika and Mizuki. In this exam, the last Uchiha didn't get a chance to show off as Irika didn't give him any cheap shots and gave him an 8. Then, the main event begun. Last one, Uzumaki Naruto. "Try to touch me at least." Mizuki smirked at the blonde, who surprisingly went to Irika. "Nay, Irika-sensei, could you hold my cloak? I like its color just the way it is," Naruto said with an evil grin that made Irika understood what he meant. Sure," the teacher replied, silently praying for Mizuki's survival. Naruto had already proved what he was capable of in his books. As Naruto took off his cloak, most of the female student began to droll at his toned body, some of them having a hungry look in their eyes that made him want to run for the hills. Hinata, on the other hand, fainted the moment he took it off. "If I were you, I would get this over with before getting raped," Irika whispered as he glanced at the girls. "You don't need to tell me twice," Naruto mumbled as he approached Mizuki. "Ready, brat?" Mizuki asked evilly. "Yeah. Sorry if I make this a little too short for you," Naruto said as Irika told them to begin. In a blur of speed, Naruto was right in front of Mizuki and gave him a powerful punch in the gut, making him bend forward, followed by a knee in the chest and finally a roundhouse heel in the spine, making the Chunin fly a few feet forward before hitting the ground. Silence enveloped the training ground after that scene. And then it was broken by the most unexpected person. Impressive was all Shino had to say for everyone else to find their voice. Many of them were cheering for Naruto, congratulating him, while all the girls except Sakura rushed towards him to get a closer look. Unfortunately for them, by the time they got to him, he had already put on his cloak, leaving them very disappointed. After an hour of calculating the total scores, the results that came out weren't very surprising in the male section, Naruto having a perfect 100% score, followed by Sasuke with 92%. In the female section, however, the usually quiet Hinata had made top Kunoichi with 90%, followed by Sakura at 80%. Seeing that Kiba hand was approaching Hinata from behind, lower than it should be, Naruto immediately pulled her out of the way. "Congratulations, Hinata-chan. Looks like we got the top scores." Naruto gave her a smile while still holding a hand on her shoulder, causing her to blush so hard that you could actually feel heat coming from her. "Why you too? And Naruto-kun, why you got a perfect score?" Hinata managed to smile back. "Thanks," Naruto smiled and then turned his attention to Irika, who was handing out Konoha forehead protectors to the graduates and telling them to come to the academy the following day at 12 o'clock to meet their Jounin senseis. After strapping a black cloth forehead protector, Naruto rushed towards Ichiraku to get lunch and tell Tucci and Ayam that he graduated. "Hey, old man, 10 beef bowls for the academy graduate." Naruto grinned as he took a seat. "Naruto, is that you?" Ayam asked as she came out of the kitchen, but froze when she saw him. "Yep, it's me all right. Like my new outfit?" He grinned, removing his cloak to show off a bit. His grin faded, however, when he noticed her increasing blush and hurried to put it back on. Making Ayam his fangirl wasn't a good idea for various reasons, one of them now standing beside her. "Oh, congratulations, Naruto. I'll have your order ready in a minute," Tucci said as he went back into the kitchen, shooting his daughter a curious glance. "So, did you move away from the end of the list?" Ayam asked after regaining her composure. "Nope, I'm still at the end of the list, just the upper end this time," Naruto grins. "You got the top score?" Ayam asked amazed. "A perfect score, to be more precise," Naruto added. "There hasn't been a perfect score in over 10 years," Ayam said, shocked. "I don't know for sure, but I think it was an Uchiha." "Yeah, it was Itachi," Naruto confirmed with a solemn nod. "As in that Uchiha Itachi?" the girl asked wide-eyed. "Yep," he nodded again before Tucci placed a steaming bowl before him, all previous thought now forgotten. A while later, just as he was finishing an 11th bowl, Tucci treat, Mizuki came by. "Naruto Uzumaki, just who I was looking for," he said with a smile obviously fake. "Oh, Mizuki-sensei, hello. No hard feelings, I hope," he said. Frowning on the inside, he's up to something, he thought. "Well duh." Kyubi rolled his eyes. Who would be in such a good mood after a kid kicked his ass that badly? "Oh, don't worry, it comes with the job. I have to talk to you about something regarding your graduation." "Follow me," Mizuki said, leading Naruto to a nearby park and motioning him to sit down. "So, what is this about?" Naruto asked as childish as possible. "Well, since you got a perfect score, we decided to give you a chance to advance to Chunin if you pass a test." Mizuki said with a wide smile. Wow, it's almost sad he's that bad at lying. Is this scum really Chunin? Kyubi asked himself. Really? Naruto faked enthusiasm. Yeah. And all you have to do is steal the forbidden scroll from the Hokage and learn a jutsu from it. Mizuki said, laughing evilly in his mind. Wahahaha, this guy's beyond lame. Kit, go for it. There must be hundreds of powerful jutsu in there, the fox encouraged. Deal. I'll ask the old man to help me corner him, and in the meantime learn some new stuff, Naruto told the fox mentally, before speaking to Mizuki. I'll do it, sensei. Okay, here is a schedule for the guard shifts. I'll be waiting for you in the forest in the south at midnight. Good luck, he said and disappeared with a shunshin. A few seconds later, Naruto dashed towards the Hokage mansion. Hey old man, I need to talk to you about something, Naruto said as soon as he found the old man in his library. Little did Mizuki know that Naruto had had free access to the mansion for over 7 years. Oh, Naruto-kun, I was just about to send for you. I got the exam results a little earlier. Mind telling me how you got a perfect score after being at the bottom of the class for 5 years? Or rather, why didn't you do it sooner? Sarutobi asked as he raised an eyebrow. We can talk about it later. We have some problems regarding village security. Naruto replied and began to explain the situation. With every word he spoke, the old Hokage frown deepened. I see, but your plan is a little too risky. Even though Mizuki is only Chunin, his senses are good enough to see an ambush. That means you would have to be on your own, Sarutobi said as he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Don't worry, I can capture him myself. I easily knocked him out during the taijutsu exam, and I was holding back a lot, Naruto said confidently. And maybe he was holding back even more than you did. What makes you so sure you can beat him? Sarutobi retorted. Well, first of all, he was out for blood when he fought me, so I really doubt he was holding anything back. Second, I've been training for 7 years under Kyubi, Naruto said, smiling as the Hokage jaw hit the floor. How? When did? He stuttered, trying to make some sense of the chaos that was now his mind. Don't worry, I'm not corrupted or anything. I found some interesting information about the Kyubi attack too. But all that will have to wait for later. Do you agree with my plan? He asked impatiently. Yes. I believe you're up for it then. Be careful though. This will be classified as a B-rank mission, Sarutobi said as he led the blonde to the vault and took out a large scroll. Now, you'll have to knock me out to make it look real. Nothing excessive, please. He added, not liking the grin that crept on the boy's face. Oiroke no jutsu, Naruto called out without further ado and was enveloped by a cloud of smoke. When the smoke began to disperse, a gorgeous blonde woman with twin ponytails was revealed. At the sight of her, Sarutobi was propelled backwards by a stream of blood coming from his nose. Did I mention she was naked and had curves in all the right places? Canceling the jutsu, Naruto took the scroll and, with a last glance at the I'm in heaven expression of the Hokage, he took of. 10 minutes later, he was in the spot indicated by Mizuki and realized that he was 5 hours early. Well, Kit, take out your paper and ink from your seals and start transferring jutsu. No more than a dozen or so. It would look suspicious if you suddenly know so many kinjutsu. The fox instructed. All right, but I'm afraid I can't afford to study in my mindscape tonight. Even a minute unconscious may cost me my life. Let's see if I can learn one the old-fashioned way, Naruto mentally replied as he took out 2 stacks of paper and 2 bottles of ink, intent on making 2 copies for both his libraries. It had been 10 minutes and he had just transferred the 10th jutsu when he was forced to stop. What's wrong, Kit? The fox inquired. There's a blood containment seal here, and you may call me crazy, but I sense it's my blood we're talking about, he replied. But what could it be? Kyubi mumbled. What is it? Naruto asked impatiently. Well, it could be something your father left you or something the Sandame wants you to have at some point. The fox explained. Either way, I'm opening it, right? He asked with a grin. Damn right you are, the fox encouraged. As he wiped some of his blood on the seal, there was a small puff of smoke. As it dispersed, a red scroll was revealed. As Naruto took the scroll, he read what written on its length and sweat dropped. There lay written Shiki Fuin 101, followed by a chibi yandame giving a peace sign. I can already see the similarities between you two, Kyubi said while rolling in the cage in laughter. I don't care about that right now. This is the control scroll for the seal. We hit the jackpot, Naruto cheered. Don't bother making a copy of this one. Now that you broke the blood seal, it's too dangerous to have it lying around. Absorb it directly, Kyubi instructed. Mentally nodding in agreement, Naruto absorbed the scroll as well as a stack of the copy jutsu. Well, I still have a little over 4 hours. And it would be best if I take care of the seal before I see the Hokage again. Naruto must. Just make a kaze bunshin to keep watch and get your ass in here, Kyubi demanded with excitement. Easy, easy. Keep your pants on. Oh, wait. You don't wear any pants, do you? Naruto scratched his chin at the revelation. Kit, Kyubi roared. At that, the blonde sighed as he made the clone before entering his mindscape. So you're finally here, pervert. The fox growled annoyed. Hey, it's not like I was thinking in that direction. Besides, you're not only an overgrown fox, but also male, Naruto said with a huff of annoyance. Well, genius, newsflash. I'm female. And who said I don't have a human form? Kyubi grinned as Naruto jaw dropped. Prove it, Naruto said incredulously. All right, and with that the fox was covered entirely by red light. The light slowly shrunk to the size of a human and then dissipated. There stood a beautiful woman. She had crimson hair that matched her slit eyes, whisker marks that matched Naruto, and wore a black and crimson kimono. As for her body, it put the Oiroke Jutsu to shame. If she wasn't a demon lord, Naruto would have called her a goddess. He also noticed something else and decided to focus on that, rather than ogling at her. Well, what do you think? She asked. You're an idiot, he replied calmly. Oh, and why's that? Kyubi asked with a tick mark on her forehead. You've complained that you're stuck behind those bars for as long as I can remember, and yet you could simply take this form and slip through them. He finished with a grin at her expression. I think the seal messed with my head, Kyubi muttered after she had face-bombed. Well, care to join me on this side to read this scroll? Naruto asked with a smile that Kyubi returned as she stepped through the bars. When she was through, however, she dropped on her knees. Your power got limited, didn't it? Naruto asked as he offered her a hand. You were expecting it? She asked as she took his hand. Well, the seal is meant to keep your power at bay. He shrugged. Well, I can use about 2 taels worth of chakra, Kyubi said as she flexed her fingers. Still, she added with a pout towards Naruto, I was expecting at least some sort of reaction from you when I changed to my human form. Aren't I attractive? I don't pay attention to that kind of stuff, Naruto said while avoiding looking at her, something he had been doing since the transformation she noticed. Really now? She asked teasingly before she took Naruto's head between her hands and positioned his face towards her, or more precisely her breasts. That was all it took to turn Naruto beet red from embarrassment. Getting out of her grasp, he tried to change the subject. We really don't have time for this right now. We have to go over that scroll, he said as he led the smiling redhead towards his inner library, where all the books and scrolls that he absorbed went. For the next half hour, they found out that the seal was meant to gradually convert Kyubi, Yuki into Naruto chakra. That also meant that any modifications done to the seal had to be done gradually as well. Therefore, they couldn't release all of Kyubi roommates at once. Apparently, they were able to release 3 per attempt. As Naruto finished learning the required technique, he asked Kyubi who should release first. These three over here, she said, pointing towards the middle of the crystal prison. They are the most powerful of the group as well as the most special ones. Let's just say that you will benefit from their release, the most Kyuubi finished with a foxy grin. Naruto nodded and started performing the 155 hand seals required. As he finished a minute later, his hands began to glow with a golden light and he touched the crystal. Instantly, the three figures within radiated the same light and began to move towards outside their prison. As the three were completely extracted, the light faded and they fell right in Naruto and Kyuubi arms. After lying them down on some beds he instantly created with his willpower, Naruto was finally able to have a good look at them. Two of them looked around his age and the third looked about 2 or 3 years older, though he knew that they looked the same as the day they stopped the Jubi. Two of them were girls, one blonde and the older one with orange hair, and wore slightly similar black goth dresses. The boy, however, attracted his attention, as his attire was very similar to his own. He lacked the weapon pouches, wristbands and gloves, and had a ring on his finger and a weird wooden staff wrapped in bandages on his back. "Hey Kit, let me wake them up," Kyuubi offered, and, at Naruto's reluctant nod, she made some quick hand signs and then a stream of water materialized from midair and washed over their faces. "Wah, I don't need a bath," the boy cried out as he opened his eyes. "You never willingly bathe anyway," said the older girl as she stretched her arms. "Someone drown them," mumbled the blonde. "Aren't you lazy? Weren't 12 years of sleep enough for you?" Kyuubi grinned. "Kyuchan?" the older girl gasped as she zeroed on the demon. "Good to see you too, Asuna, Negi, Evangeline," the fox said. "Kyuubi-chan," Asuna cried out as she hugged the demon, Negi not far behind, Kyuubi holding him tightly against her chest. Eva settled with a nod of acknowledgement and a smile. "Kyuubi, I only have one word to describe you right now," Tsuchiveka Naruto said with a grin that split his face. Kyuubi blushed a little and let go of her friends, allowing them to have a look at the new guy. "Who the hell are you?" Asuna asked bluntly. "And I thought Kyuubi was rude," Naruto deadpanned. "You sure you're not the real demon?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "She gets that a lot," Eva smirked as Kyuubi was holding the girl back. "You, on the other hand, gave the impression of a princess." Naruto gave the blonde his foxy grin that she somewhat returned. "I have the feeling we're gonna get along well," she said. "How about you tell me how you got trapped in here over a cup of tea?" she asked as she snapped her fingers, expecting a table to appear. "Sorry, Evangeline, you don't have any control yet," Kyuubi told her. "Oh, can you get a table then?" Eva said, a bit put out. "Sorry, I can't do that either. Not my mindscape," she shrugged. "And I don't remember ever saying that I'm a prisoner here," Naruto said as he summoned a table with chairs, cups, and steaming teapot. "You're our pathetic container?" Asuna asked, stunned. "Do you want some sugar to go with that foot in your mouth?" Naruto asked as he poured tea in the cups. "2 lumps, please," Asuna smirked. A moment later was lying of the ground with 2 steaming lumps on her head and a broken bat nearby. "What?" She never said what kind of lumps, Naruto said in response to Negi dropped jaw. For the next half hour they discussed the situation they were in, the temporary absence of their friends causing some disappointment while the whole you die really disturbed them. "Why should our lives depend on you?" Asuna erupted. "Because you weren't able to counter the genjutsu Kyuubi was under?" Naruto said after he took another sip of tea. "Hey, you can't blame that on us," she said, not very convinced. "Why not? The villagers hate me and tried to kill me more times than I can count, and only for being the container. Why shouldn't I blame the ones who really could have done something about it?" Naruto asked in the same monotonous voice. As Negi and Asuna lowered their heads in shame, Naruto and Eva shared a smirk while Kyuubi mouthed, "Guilt trip, success." "Fine, will help," Asuna said in defeat. "It would be my pleasure," Negi added. "Another apprentice to mess with. How can I refuse?" Eva smirked. "All right, you've been in here for long enough, Kit. You should go back right after you make a spirit Paxio with these three. Make this circle on the floor and then do as I say. Kyubi instructed as she gave him a sheet of paper. A few minutes later Naruto was sitting on a very complex Paxio circle along with a blushing Asuna. Now what? He asked, eyeing Asuna curiously. You kiss her, Kyubi said simply, and, to her surprise, he obeyed without hesitation. Naruto put a hand around Asuna's waist and the other cupped her cheek. And then, without further ado, he leaned and kissed her, causing her to lean backwards a little. They kept at it for a minute or so until the light of the circle faded, and then moved away from each other, revealing a tomato-red Asuna with a lost look in her eyes and a smiling Naruto. Negi was next to form a contract, and both boys were relieved to find out that a manly handshake was enough for guys, and made Asuna to half-heartedly complain about discrimination. During the process, Negi Magia Arabia began to act up, but Kyubi assured it was normal. And then it was Evangeline's turn. Both blondes smirked as they approached, but to Naruto, surprised, she bit his neck instead of kissing him. He didn't complain though, since the process was more intense than the kiss with Asuna. Halfway through the ritual, Eva let go of his neck and focused on his mouth and gave him a passionate kiss, her Magia Arabia reacting as well. Overall, the final contract took more time than the first two combined, and this left both participants a little drained. Wow, I haven't felt this drained in years, Naruto said. That's because most of your power was used and their ki and mana capacities were added to your own. Now, Kyubi approached Naruto that was now alone in the circle. Allow me to replenish your chakra, she said before clasping her mouth over his. Red light emanating from the circle. He was initially surprised, but after a few seconds he put his arm around her waist and deepened the kiss. This left the others a little surprised, as they sure took their sweet time with replenishing his chakra, as she called it. Took about 6 minutes and they were both gasping for air when it was over. Were you really just giving him chakra? Asuna asked incredulously. Of course not, that would only take seconds, Kyubi said before adding. I had to adapt his physical body to the changes. Changes? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yep, like Asuna magic cancel or Evangeline vampirism. The demon explained. Hold, you turned him into a vampire without even asking? Eva demanded angrily as she was reminded of her own turning. Partially was the answer she got. As in? Naruto asked. Well, you have none of the weaknesses and all of the benefits, as well as some bonuses I gave you. Kyubi grinned. What kind of bonuses? Negi asked, curious. Well, while drinking blood won't be a necessity, if you drink some blood, treated in a way I will show you, that belongs to a bloodline holder, you will get that bloodline. Bloodlines were obtained by coming into contact with Biju. After all, Kyubi finished explaining. Did he by any chance gain the Vesperacia royal bloodline from Negi? Eva asked. Or can he use the Magia Arabia? Eva inquired. He has the bloodline, but he can't use it fully. As for your technique, well, I'm not really sure how it happened, but the runes got intertwined with the seal, so, rather being consumed by his dark emotions, they will simply be absorbed by my Yuki, increasing its quantity. With enough use of it, I could become the new Jubi before the seal converts the Yuki to chakra. Still, he needs to learn how to use it, the demon shrugged. What about artifacts? Or Paxio cards for that matter? Negi asked. He'll find them in the physical world, the fox replied. Well, I should be going. I need to learn Kage Bunshin before Mizuki team arrives, Naruto said and, with a wave, disappeared. Back in the forest, Naruto found out from his Kaze Bunshin that only 4 minutes had passed, during which his chakra levels had dropped to near zero and then raised to the point where it was 5 times higher than before. Fortunately, a strange glowing circle had appeared under him during that process, so it couldn't be sensed from more than 7 feet away. Dismissing the clone, he began learning Kage Bunshin. He was near the deadline when he had finished learning the technique. Sure, it had taken him 2 out of the 3 hours he spent on the technique to actually make the clones, but some inventive applications for the jutsu had been added to the scroll over the years, and it would be a waste not to learn them. These applications actually made the on-hit death weakness of the clones negligible, though he could cover it with numbers anyway. There was suddenly a chakra signature that didn't belong to Mizuki approaching him, and Naruto began thinking of his excuse, since he knew who it belonged to and also knew that person wouldn't know about his plan. Naruto, why the hell did you steal the forbidden scroll? Come with me to the Hokage, and if you're very lucky he'll forgive you, Iruka said as he was catching his breath. Iruka-sensei? What are you doing here? Did Mizuki-sensei tell you that I'll become Chunin if I learn a technique from this scroll? Did you come to congratulate me? Naruto said, praying that Iruka would figure it out since he felt Mizuki approaching. Huh? Mizuki? Isuka's eyes widened in realization just as Mizuki landed in a tree nearby. Naruto, Iruka, trying to steal the scroll. Give it to me, the traitor called out. Don't listen to him, Naruto. He's using you to steal the scroll, Iruka shouted back. Well duh, Naruto thought. Naruto, Iruka is just pretending to care about you. He's hiding things from you. 12 years ago, the Sandai made a new law that forbids everyone to reveal what happened to the Kyuubi, Mizuki said with a wide grin. No, Mizuki, it's forbidden, Iruka yelled. It got killed by the Yondaime, right? Naruto asked with a mental grin. Come on, Mizuki team. Did your grave? You can even choose the color of your gravestone. No, he sealed the Kyuubi into the body of a child. In you. You are the Kyuubi no Yoko, Mizuki yelled. No way, Naruto said, faking shock. I'm the fox. No, Naruto, you're not, Iruka insisted. Yes, you're the monster that killed Iruka's parents, Mizuki said with glee. Is that true, Iruka-sensei? Did your parents die during the Kyuubi rampage? Naruto suddenly asked, serious, dropping his mask. Yes, Naruto, but you are not the Kyuubi, Iruka said. I knew that, sensei, don't worry, Naruto said as he turned to glare at the traitor. What is it, demon? Think you can take me on? Mizuki asked with a sneer. You know, team, even though I feel flattered that you actually think I have all of Kyuubi-chan power, I'm afraid I have to shatter your little dreams. I'm just the container, Naruto said with a grin. Kyuubi-chan? He knows it's female? That would only mean that. Iruka's eyes widened in understanding. You knew? Mizuki asked, shocked. Since when? A long time ago, and about that law and breaking it. Wasn't the punishment death? Naruto asked with a grin as he formed a hand sign. Ha! Try me, demon, Mizuki sneered as he lunged at the genin. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto called out, and then the entire clearing was covered in smoke. When it cleared, there were Narutos all over the place, at least 50 of them. Nice try, brat. But they're even weaker than you. I'll take care of them easily, Mizuki declared as he took the giant shuriken off his back and began destroying the clones. Maybe Naruto's voice was heard, and when the traitor looked up he saw him and Iruka at quite a distance. But I don't have that kind of patience, he continued as all of the remaining clones glowed blue and tackled Mizuki. Bunshin Daibakuha were the last words Mizuki heard for a long time, as all of the clones exploded, the blast wave making the forest tremble and leaving a large crater in the ground, with a bloody and unconscious Mizuki in its middle. Mission completed. Let's head back and give Ajisen the report, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said as he formed 2 more clones to pick up Mizuki and bring him with them. Chapter 3. Team Arrangements. As the small group approached the Hokage Tower, Iruka couldn't help but stare at his blonde companion. Iruka-sensei, I know you have some questions, but I'm afraid I can't answer all of them. What I can tell you is that Kyuubi was being manipulated that night and regrets the event, Naruto said. How can it regret? It's a monster, Iruka shot back. Tell me, Iruka-sensei, did you know that throughout history Kyuubi appeared only twice? On both occasions because it was manipulated by humans? Naruto asked in a low voice. At that, Iruka remained silent. Naruto was right, Unlike the other Biju, the Kyuubi had barely made its presence known. In fact, that was the reason Naruto was its first container, while the other demons had had at least two. But where did it hide? How? Irika mumbled, deep in thought. Anywhere she desired. All she had to do was to take her human form, Naruto said with vague amusement. Oh, right, why didn't think of that? Irika nodded in understanding before, and he froze and widened his eyes. Human form? Oh yeah, quite the looker too. My Oirok pales in comparison, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto. Irika gave the boy a concerned look. You didn't get seduced into believing her, did you? Wah. No, I just found her human form today. Naruto sputtered with a blush. Alrgd, just checking, Irika said. Oh, and Irika-sensei? Never call her a monster again. Even in her fox form she's more human than some of Konoha villagers, Naruto said coldly, making Irika nod sadly. As they arrived in front of the tower, they were surrounded by ANBU. Uzumaki, Naruto, you're under arrest for treason. Surrender now and you won't be harmed. Much, the apparent leader said. And why would you be here? The Hokage didn't send for you, Naruto cocked an eyebrow. And why do you know that? The ANBU asked. Because that was the plan that we agreed on to capture the traitor, Mizuki. The Sandaime said as he arrived at the scene. Hokage-sama, do you mean the theft was just a make-believe? The ANBU leader asked. Take Mizuki into custody and leave. The aged Hokage ignored him. After they were left alone, Sarutobi motioned Irika and Naruto to follow, not a word being uttered before he sat down behind his desk in his office. Report, the Hokage simply said. After you gave me the scroll and made it look convincing, I quickly went to the area Mizuki instructed and began learning the Kagebunshin and its applications. I had just finished when Irika-sensei arrived, and I implied that Mizuki was behind the entire situation. After that, Mizuki arrived as well and broke your law regarding my demon vessel position, trying to shock me. When he attacked, I created numerous Kagebunshin and had them engage the traitor, finishing him off with the Bunshin Daibakuha Jutsu. After that, we came here. Naruto said in a serious tone before he smirked. But you've seen everything in your crystal ball, so I don't need to give details, right, old man? Yes, I did see. But I couldn't hear Mizuki breaking my law, Sarutobi replied, trying to mask his surprise. Anyway, I need to talk to Naruto alone about some matters. Irika, I'm sure you understand. He added, receiving a nod of understanding from the teacher before he left, reminding Naruto to be at the academy at 8. I believe you want to talk about Kyuubi and other things related to that subject? If so, I advise we activate the privacy seals and more importantly make the discussion more private, he said, glancing at the air beside the Hokage and then over his own shoulder. Leave us, Sarutobi ordered, and two NBU materialized where Naruto had gazed, before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Out of curiosity, how did you know? I heard their heartbeat increase when I mentioned Kyuubi-chan, Naruto said after activating the security seals and taking a seat. Well, let's begin with how you found out. And so, Naruto told him his story, causing the old man to slap himself at his ignorance. How could he possibly not notice that the blonde became interested in seals the same day he saw the one on his belly? Or drop his jaw when he heard that the boy had not only made copies of every book and scroll in his private library, but read them all as well. But when he heard about Naruto's new powers and where they came from, he practically grew wings from happiness. The council wouldn't even dream of endangering the bearer of such powerful bloodlines. But the next part of the discussion made him very uncomfortable. I know who my parents are, Ajisen, and I think it's time I got my inheritance, though I still want it to remain secret for now. Konoha can't afford a war with IWA right now, Naruto said. We'll need a good story for why you'll be moving in your father's house, Sarutobi said, deep in thought. I'm making a new clan and I needed the space, so bought the house from you. That's all they need to know, the blonde replied. Yes, but you'll need to at least do a demonstration before the council. And, from what you've told me, you have yet to reach that level, Sarutobi mused. Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that 1 inch, Naruto said sheepishly. Oh well, for now we'll take care of your account. I'll transfer the money from your parents' account to yours. Stop by tomorrow after the team placements to get the documents. At that, Naruto got a wide grin. About the team placements, the blonde began. The next morning, the academy was full of excited graduates. When Naruto entered his classroom, he was greeted by a loud screech. There was a Haruno nearby. But what enraged him was what the bitch was doing. Sakura was standing before a bruised Hinata that was on her knees, looking like she was about to pass out. Luckily, she was being helped by Ino, who was trying to support her. What the hell is going on here? Naruto demanded angrily on top of his voice, and that was even louder than Sakura, taking all of the older and recent changes made by Kyuubi into consideration. All motion stopped for a moment before they turned towards the angry blonde, some of them slightly trembling. In mere moments, Naruto was beside Hinata. "Who did this to you, Hinata-chan?" he asked in a low and concerned voice before he turned to Ino, noticing a red mark on her cheek. "And who hurt you, Ino-chan?" he added, making both girls blush. "Well," Ino began, "we were talking about the team placements, and I was wondering if I'll on Sasuke team. At that point, Sakura slapped me, saying that I'm a weakling and only the best like her is worthy of being near Sasuke-kun. At that point, Hinata reminded her who got the top scores for both boys and girls, and Sakura hit her and started calling her a weakling. And then you arrived." Ino finished and rubbed her cheek. "I see," Naruto said coldly as he closed his eyes and turned towards a smug-looking Sakura. A moment later, he opened them, releasing a large amount of killing intent at the pink-haired banshee, making her widen her eyes in horror and faint. Everyone else stood still, shocked by the blonde actions. Was that?" Hinata asked, eyes wide. "Killing intent. But that's at least Chunin level," Ino said, amazed. "It was more powerful than my father's," Hinata whispered. "I'll have to have a word with him about that," Naruto mumbled, nobody hearing him. "Anyway, thanks Naruto-kun," Ino said with a smile. "Hi. Thanks Naruto-kun," Hinata added with a slight blush. "No problem, girls, now let me take care of those bruises," he replied, kneeling next to them. He quickly gathered some of Kyuubi chakra on his right hand and combined it with his own before anyone noticed, his hand gaining a pale white glow. It was a technique he invented a few years back, when he had wounds that took too long to heal at his usual rate. He quickly placed his glowing hand on Ino's cheek, making her gasp and then blush from the pleasant feeling. A few seconds later, he removed his hand, revealing Ino's normal-colored skin. He then did the same to Hinata, making her blush like a tomato, and had to keep the process going for almost a minute since it was a rather nasty bruise. "Okay, I'm done," Naruto said as he got up, and then offered each girl a hand, which they accepted gracefully with a blush. But the good mood was cut short by an unwanted observer. "Dobe, I command you to teach me how to do that." "Yeah, him." "Sorry, team, but being pleasant around girls comes naturally," Naruto said without even looking towards the Avenger. "I meant that jutsu. Who cares about those weak sluts?" Sasuke said impatiently, but a moment later he was slammed against the wall and had blade covered in flames aimed at his throat. "I don't really care if you call everyone here weak, but I don't want to hear morality comments from an Uchiha of all people," Naruto said coldly before he dispersed the flames and resealed the sword in his glove before taking a seat next to Hinata. "What do you mean by, from an Uchiha of all people?" Shikamaru asked, his head still resting on his desk. "Sorry, Shikamaru. I've already said more than enough. I don't want the Hokage angry at me," Naruto said apologetically, discreetly informing him that it was important enough to interest the Hokage. "How dare you threaten Sasuke-kun? I'm telling Mizuki-sensei," Sakura yelled as she awoken. "I would pay to see that happen," Naruto grinned. "And why is that?" Sakura asked, annoyed. "Because right now he's in a cell at ANBU HQ, at an inch of his life after Naruto caught the traitor last night. He's not even in shape to talk, let alone be interrogated. Irika said as he appeared in the classroom and finished with a slight glare at the blonde. Hey, it's not my fault. No matter how much I would hold back, that was still a kinjutsu, Naruto said in his defense. Yes, of course. Just one problem. Not only did you not hold back, but you put 10 times the needed chakra in that jutsu, Irika said using his giant head jutsu, making everyone except his target cower. Oops, Naruto said, a grin. At that, Irika sighed. Why do I even bother? He asked himself. How dare you attack Mizuki-sensei? Sakura screeched. Haruno, Naruto said, rubbing his sensitive ears. What part of traitor don't you get? I was even allowed to kill him. Then why didn't you? Afraid, Sasuke teased. Why should I kill him? The pain I gave him will last longer, Naruto smirked. All right, quiet down. It's time to tell you what teams you'll be on, Irika said, and everyone took a seat. Okay, Team 1. The teacher began calling out the names of the students and their sensei. Team 7. Inazuka Kiba. The mutt perked up. Haruno Sakura. Kiba covered his ears as his new teammate began screaming in protest. And Uchiha Sasuke. Your sensei will be Hitaki Kakashi. Now his ears almost bled from her cheers. Sasuke, however, was far from pleased. Ha! Take that, Ino pig! The pink-haired girl turned towards her rival. The blonde looked a little disappointed, but she didn't act like it was the end of the world. To Sakura, great disappointment. Team 8 Irika continued. Aburame Shino, Hiroko Ashizu, and Hyuga Hinata. Your sensei will be Yuhi Kurinai. The three exchanged a few nods of acknowledgement, though Hinata was a little disappointed for not being on the same team as Naruto. Team 9 is still active. Team 10. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji, and Yamanaha Ino. Your sensei will be Sarutobi Asuma. The two boys high-fived while Ino hit her head on the desk. She then realized something. Irika-sensei, what about Naruto? She asked. Ha! The dobe gets held back. Kiba laughed as he turned to look at Naruto, was mockingly looking around. Did anyone else hear a dog bark? The blonde asked, making a few of the others laugh and Kiba to stand up angrily. Sit down, Kiba, Irika ordered, and after the boy did so, he continued to answer Ino's question. I will first tell you that Naruto is not going to be held back. Usually, when there aren't enough graduates for a three-man cell, the graduate or graduates with the lowest scores get held back. Which is not Naruto's case. Irika paused and let the information sink in. This, however, is an exceptional situation, he continued. How so? Chuji asked, knowing that his new teammate got the lowest scores, and only because he was too lazy. After proving his abilities by easily defeating Mizuki, a Chunin, and considering he doesn't need to bring a team with him because of his newfound skill, the Hokage has decided to make Naruto Uzumaki a one-man team, without a sensei. Irika finished and watched the awe, surprise, amusement, and anger on his former students' faces. Why does the dobe get such an offer and an elite like the Uchiha doesn't? Sasuke demanded furiously. Yeah, why does a no-name loser like him get an offer like that? Only Sasuke-kun is worthy enough. Naruto Baka parents probably got killed by their stupidity. That is, if they were even ninja. The Haruno said smugly, only to begin trembling a moment after, as the temperature seemed to drop. Listen and listen well, you sorry excuse for a human. You don't know who my parents were or how they died. But that doesn't mean you can throw my image of them in the mud. I won't forgive any insult to those precious to me, Naruto said, and removed the blade covered in sharp wind that he was holding at the girl's neck and resealed it. He then aimed a decent amount of killer intent at her, making her faint yet again. Did you see that, sensei? Kiba pointed accusingly at Naruto. Yes, I did, Irika replied, looking at Sakura instead of Naruto. How the hell did she pass? Irika asked himself in a low mumble. Sensei? I sent it to dangerous to not have a jounin sensei? Who will Naruto-kun learn from? Hinata asked, worried about Naruto. I asked Hokage-sama the same question. But he just told me not to worry, Irika said with a frown. Anyway, the rest of you need to be here at noon to meet your senseis. You're dismissed, Irika said and left. After Irika left, Naruto turned to Hinata and made his move. Hinata-chan? After you've met your sensei, do you want to go get something to eat? He asked, a little worried because of her increasing blush. Hinata's mind was in heaven. This had to be a dream. She discreetly pinched her leg and confirmed that it was real, the pain also keeping her from fainting. I would love to, she responded with a smile. Great. Meet me at 6 at Ichiraku. She nodded and then excused herself and left to get more acquainted with her teammates. As Naruto watched her walk out the door of the classroom, he had to catch a fist aimed at the back of his head. What do you want, dog brain? Stay away from Hinata. She's mine, Kiba said between his teeth. Oh really? Did you come to that conclusion because she turned down all your invitations? Or because she always avoids being near you because of the stench? Naruto asked, slightly amused. I don't care what she wants. She will be mine. The Inuzuka winced as Naruto began crushing his fist. Let me make a few things clear for you. I know how things go in your clan regarding relationships, and let me tell you that those things don't apply in the real world. No means no, Naruto said, tightening his fist with every sentence. He then let go and left, heading for the Hokage tower. As he passed the annoyed secretary, he entered the Hokage office, making him look up from his nightmare, the paperwork. Ah, Naruto-kun, good to see you. How did the announcement of the teams go? Sarutobi asked, curious. Exactly how we expected. You should have seen Sasuke's face, he chuckled. Even Irika-sensei was a little confused, and he was there when I beat Mizuki. Yeah, well, they didn't see what I did, the old man smiled. Flashback. About the team placements, I noticed there is an extra genin than we have jounin for. Naruto began. Yes, Nara Shikamaru. The council has been bugging me about the second generation of the Inoshikacho trio ever since they enrolled. Sending him back to the academy isn't an option I would like to take even without their pressure, Sarutobi said tiredly. I quite agree. That's where my proposition comes in. Let me be on a team of my own. With my Kage Bunshin, it won't be a problem. Naruto grinned. I don't know. While it's true that you are way beyond genin level, you would still need advice from someone with experience. Sarutobi trailed of. Nay, Ajisen, how about you meet my senseis, old and new, and decide afterwards? Naruto suggested. You have a way to bring them out? No, not that I know of, but I can temporarily draw you into my mind, Naruto said. How long exactly? The Hokage asked. Up to a day in my mindscape, but that would only mean 24 minutes in real time. The boy explained. All right, go for it, the old man accepted. Naruto approached the Hokage and placed a glowing hand on his forehead. A moment later, he found himself on a grass field. Behind him a tall crystal wall, and before him a huge golden cage with a seal on it that contained nothing. Naruto, where is the Kyuubi? He asked slowly the blonde that was beside him. Oh, there she is. Naruto pointed towards a nearby table that had 4 occupants. As they walked over, Sarutobi cautiously inspected them. Knowing that they were younger than they looked, as Naruto made the introductions, he simply nodded towards them. Naruto brought me here to convince me he's learning from experienced people. He began. Normally, you would be considered amateurs if one went by your appearance alone, he said, gaining a few icy glares, but I can see it in your eyes that you have seen things I can't even begin to imagine. He continued. Though not having a ninja among you will be a problem. Where will he learn jutsu from? Oh, that won't be a problem, Naruto grinned and led the group to a nearby building. Inside was a huge library that impressed even the 3 magic users, even though they had seen bigger in their past. Tell me, Naruto, why does it look so familiar to me? Sarutobi asked, a little annoyed. Because it's an almost perfect replica of your personal library? It has a few more books and scrolls than yours, Naruto said with a wide grin. Sigh, I don't even want to know how. Just tell me if you can bring them outside. He can. Now that the seal has been altered, Kyuubi responded instead of Naruto. And just about anything he creates inside his mindscape as well, she added. I can, Naruto asked surprised. It's part of the abilities you gained from me, Negi explained. Simply put, you will transform energy, in your case chakra, into matter. Cool, but I can guess it will take a lot of practice. The blonde smiled. Well, I think it's time for me to go. I'm convinced. Sarutobi smiled as well and faded from Naruto mind. Flashback end. Yeah, you have a point there, Naruto grinned. Anyway, what can I do for you, Naruto-kun? Oh yeah, since I don't have a sensei, will someone else give me that teamwork test, to prove that I'm ready to be a genin? Naruto asked. Well, since you already figured out it's about teamwork, I don't really see the point, the Hokage deadpanned. Anything else? Where can I train? I'm pretty sure we have more free training fields than Jounin senseis. Give me a second, Sarutobi said as he began searching in one of his drawers. Here it is, he said as he took a large scroll that turned out to be a map of Konoha. Take your pick. The training grounds that are available are marked in green. I'll take that one, Naruto said after a moment of consideration and pointed at the area named Training Ground 44. Oh, sorry, I meant accept that one. That one is too dangerous for... The Hokage began and looked at Naruto, who didn't seem too interested in what he had to say. He was actually fidgeting a little. Do I want to know what you're thinking? Sarutobi asked, his instinct yelling at him in O. Well, I know it's occasionally used when testing new ANBU and that it is very dangerous and almost everyone avoids it. And that it's called the Forest of Death. And that part of the Chunin exam is held in there. And that a lot of people die there. And he trailed off. And you've been there at least once, Sarutobi finished, rubbing his temples. I needed a place to practice my jutsu, somewhere nobody would see me. No matter how much I practice in my mindscape, it's still my mind, so if I want it to look like I can do it perfectly, it does. But that doesn't mean the same goes for the real world. And from now on, I'll be learning more and more secret stuff, so I'll need even more privacy. Naruto explained. Very well, you can use it. Just keep in mind that Mitarashi Anko likes to hang out there. The Hokage gave in. I know, I met her a few times. Actually, I went training there after I heard her talking to someone about the place. That was about right after I entered the academy, Naruto said as he recalled that day. That explains everything, Sarutobi mumbled. Yeah. Anyway, I have just 2 more things to ask you, Ajisen. First, do you have any advanced books on seals? I already mastered a few years ago the ones you had in the library, Naruto said. I have a better idea, the Hokage said with a grin as he got up from his seat. He walked over to the wall that had pictures of all the Hokage up to date and he removed the Yondaime picture. Behind it was a safe that had a seal on it. A blood seal from what Naruto could tell. Go ahead, Naruto. Draw some blood and wipe it on the seal, Sarutobi instructed. As soon as the blood touched the seal, it began to glow blue and retracted into the middle of the safe's door. Said door opened a moment later, revealing several books and scrolls, as well as a red wooden box that had a red swirl and a 5-pointed star that had the crests of the 5 elements in the 5 corners and a yin-yang symbol on the center of the star. The Yondaime filled the safe before he left to seal Kyuubi. He told me that you are to open it if you learn of your heritage before you turn Chunin. The books and scrolls inside are the same he used, and are full of his notes and observations. Sarutobi explained as he handed him said items and closing and covering the safe. What about the box? Naruto asked, though he had a very good idea what it was about. You'll get it when you move in the house, the Hokage said mysteriously. By the way, I need your signature for the transfer to your account, he added and gave Naruto a sheet of paper and a pen. When Naruto saw the amount written down, his eyes bulged and mouth went dry. He looked at the Hokage, who gave him a knowing grin and the signed. "There's just one more thing I need to know. When can I start doing missions?" Naruto asked. "Right now if you want to. I'll write a note for the Chunin that hands out the missions to give you one," Sarutobi said as he took a scroll. "Ajisen, I said missions, not mission. I intend to use Kage Bunshin at their full potential," Naruto said with a grin. "All right, but only D ranks and low C ranks since you're a genin." Sarutobi resigned and handed him the scroll after a few seconds. While he wrote it, the books and scrolls he gave Naruto had disappeared, but he had a very good idea where. "Thanks, Ajisen," Naruto said and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he added over his shoulder with a sly grin, "By the way, can't you use Kage Bunshin to deal with the paperwork?" He then left, leaving the Hokage to facepalm. No wonder Minato had no trouble with the paperwork. He mumbled and immediately created 2 clones and took a certain orange book from his drawer and began relaxing. Yes, that was much better. Chapter 4. Missions Given and Earned. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto headed straight for the mission hall. When he got there, he had a very pleasant surprise in the presence of Irika, who apparently was handing out the missions today. "Hey there, Irika-sensei. So this is where you ran off to?" Naruto greeted. "Yeah, sorry about that," the Chunin said sheepishly. "The guy that was supposed to hand out missions today had to take care of something and asked me to take his place." "It's all right. I guess you will be less shocked than the other guy would have been," Naruto said as he placed the scroll from the Hokage in front of Irika. As the Chunin read what was written, his eyebrows got higher and higher, nearly losing them in his hair when he finally finished. "It says here that you are allowed to take as many D and low C ranked missions that allow you to stay in the village," Irika said, confused. "Well, I don't really understand all this, but you can choose what D ranks you want from that pile. The C ranks can wait for some other time," he said, pointing to a huge pile of scrolls on his left. "I don't mind. It's my first day after all. Besides, I have something planned for this afternoon," Naruto said as he looked through the scrolls and chose 15. "This should be enough," he added as he gave the scrolls to a gawking Irika to write them down. As he was doing so, he took out sheet of paper with containment seal on it, which he used under the eyes of a very surprised Irika. He then said goodbye to his former teacher and went outside. As soon as he found an empty area, he created 90 Kage Bunshin. "All right, form 15 rows of 6, he ordered. After the clones were in position, he gave a mission scroll to each group. "After you finish your assignment, you are to dispel one by one until one of that group remains. He must write down the mission report and then turn in the mission. After that, you can dispel as well." "Okay, get to it," he instructed, and soon he was left alone. He then took a seat on a bench and created 2 more Kage Bunshin that he hinged to look like cats and had them climb a tree to keep watch. He then closed his eyes and entered his mindscape, only to find Negi, Asuna, and Eva sitting at the same table. He left the mat and looking bored out of their minds. Kyubi was there as well, though she was a little amused. "If you are bored, imagine how it's like to be alone in here for 12 years, Kyubi said, making them shudder. "Hey, I visited almost every night," Naruto mock-pouted. "Actually, they were complaining about the mindscape. They say it's too plain," Kyubi explained. "Damn right it is," Eva said, annoyed. "All right then, you guys make it better. I'll allow it," Naruto said with a grin. "What do you mean you allow it? This is your mindscape, remember? Only you can make changes," Asuna mumbled. "Precisely. This is my mindscape. What I say goes. So if I say you can do something, you can," Naruto said with a grin. "And you tell me now?" Kyubi said, a little angry but mostly hurt. "Sorry, Kyubi-chan. The seal got in the way until now," he explained and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Even now, the inside of the cage can't be changed even by me. But that's no longer a problem, right?" At that, she smiled and nodded with a slight blush. Then I don't mind if I do, Eva declared, and they were suddenly enveloped by a white light and were forced to close their eyes. When they opened them, however, their jaws dropped at the sight. Before them stood a magnificent castle, surrounded by jungle. It was on the edge of a cliff that overlooked what looked like the sea. The castle itself seemed to continue downwards within the cliff as many balconies and terraces seemed to spawn more often as the ground drew closer. The castle seemed to be made of marble, mostly white, and was over 200 meters tall, had several 7 towers and just as many courtyards. In a word, it was magnificent. Wow, Naruto said as he looked around. Yeah, it's more awesome than your old castle, the Vesperatia Palace or the Hellas Imperial Palace, Asuna said, impressed. Actually, this is what my castle was originally planned to look like, Eva said with a smirk. What changed your mind? Negi asked curiously. I ran out of marble, Eva shrugged, causing both Asuna and Negi to sinker. What? She added, annoyed. And you call yourself the ultimate mage? Ever heard of earth alchemy? Genius. Asuna burst laughing. Shut up. That was still new magic at the time, Eva defended with a blush. And you? Say something to her, she said to a smiling Naruto. Why should I stop her? Besides, you're cute when you blush, Naruto replied, making Eva blush even more and Negi to turn around to hide his wide grin. Anyway, Kyubi put an arm around Naruto's shoulders possessively. Where did you put Naruto's library? Follow me. I'm sure you're gonna like this. Eva grinned and led the group towards one of the towers. On the way there, they noticed that the castle lacked something very important. Eva-chan, where's the entrance? Naruto asked, making her blush in embarrassment. Don't tell me you forgot? Asuna stared at her incredulously. Gee, genius, why don't you make something so complex perfectly in the span of a second? Eva muttered. It's no big deal, we're all gonna make modifications here and there to fit our tastes. A door won't matter. Naruto shrugged. By the way, I only put furniture in my own bedroom because you probably won't like the way I would decorate yours, Eva said as she walked towards the wall, a beautiful arched entrance appearing as she reached it. As the group walked through the castle, they noticed it was mostly unfurnished, but that was changing by the time they went past. When they reached the tower, however, their eyes went wide in awe. The entire tower, from top to bottom, was full of bookcases that had their shelves full. The first floor was for genjutsu, the next 6 were on taijutsu, then 4 on kenjutsu, 5 on ninjutsu, 1 per basic element, then 1 for all fusion elements, and finally 1 floor for fuinjutsu. Eva-chan? Did the books and scrolls multiply overnight? Naruto asked weakly. I added the books and scrolls I've read myself over the years, and I'm pretty sure I've read every one, Asuna. Negi and Kyubi had read as well, so there's no need to ask them to add any more books, Evangeline grinned. Wow, was all Naruto managed to say. If you think this is impressive, wait till you see the tower that contains the magic books, she said, satisfied. Anyway, the stuff you brought earlier is in the fuinjutsu section. We have some decorating to do, see you later, she added as she left, followed by Negi and Asuna and Kyubi, the redhead promising to take care of his room. By the time he reached the fuinjutsu floor, he was cursing whoever invented stairs, just as he noticed a weird circle on the floor near the stairs and then slapped himself. Next to it was a sign that read Warp within Jutsu Library and had a sketch of the tower, the warp circles marked in red. No wonder there was one on every floor. Naruto hung his head in shame. Snapping out of that state, he headed for the table that had his father's books and scrolls on it. He made a dozen Kage Bunshin and had them look through them while he checked the new additions to the fuinjutsu library. After discovering that most of the new additions were below his father in difficulty, he joined the clones in their study. As he put down the scroll, ready for a break, a rush of memories came to him. After a moment of confusion, he realized it was from one of the clones out on a mission, as it showed 5 other Naruto catching a cat. That's one smart cat, he mumbled. as he saw the cat slip by 4 of his clones only to be caught by the last 2. He didn't finish the thought as more information came to him as the clones dispelled one by one, the last being a little later, giving him the image of an awestruck Irika who told his clone that he had beaten the old record by 2 hours, as he had caught Tora in less than 20 minutes. Well, considering that only 3 hours had passed in here, it would be more like 3 minutes. Naruto grinned and left the library to look for the others. As the warp took him to the bottom of the tower, he looked out the window and noticed that the scenery had been modified again, but not in the immediate vicinity. Far in the horizon, he saw a mountain that seemed to have fire coming out of it. A volcano, he concluded, though he had only heard of such a thing. By the time Ha had reached Eva and the others that were relaxing on a terrace, a desert had appeared next to the volcano, followed by a frozen mountain and a rocky canyon. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked as he reached the blonde. "I'm creating training areas for your training. You don't expect to be ready for any situation just by training in a forest, do you?" Eva said with a wicked smile. "Thanks, but my first priority right now is learning how to control the abilities I gained from you. Wouldn't want to kill myself because of a screw-up, do I?" Naruto said with a shiver. "Fine with me. You can start with Kagurazaka Magic Cancel. She and Negi should be enough to teach you. Meanwhile, myself and Kyubi can continue decorating the castle. I don't think it will take you long to learn though. It's more like a mental awareness than concentration," Eva said, and then headed inside with Kyubi, while Negi and Asuna led Naruto to an empty and much larger terrace. "Well, like Eva-chan said, it's more like being aware of what's harmful and what's not. In my case, it was so developed that I wasn't even affected by Negi Love Potion, despite it not being truly harmful." Asuna began. "Love Potion?" Naruto looked at Negi surprised. "She forced me to drink it," Negi explained, blushing a little as he remembered the incident. "Anyway," Asuna ended that conversation, "you must rely on your instinct to know when to have it activated. So basically, I need to negate everything that comes from the enemy." Naruto deadpanned. "How is that hard?" "You don't get it. What if the enemy attacks by surprise?" Negi asked, but to his surprise Naruto snorted. "Please, I can sense and recognize the chakra signatures of every ninja in the village even now when I'm in my mindscape. And in battle, the enemy won't be able to throw a jutsu at me while hiding their chakra. All I need to do is to activate the magic cancel the moment I feel chakra approaching." Naruto explained. "That's useful. I had it activated almost permanently," Asuna said, impressed. "Okay. Now let me explain how you activate it and keep it going." For the next 4 hours, Asuna explained the magic cancel in detail, starting with the Life Maker, her ancestor, and finishing with the Great Grand Master's Key and the Cosmo Entelekia. Needless to say, Naruto was very impressed of the Ala Alba's and Ala Rubra's adventures. But the Code of the Life Maker also gave him some ideas that could change many destinies on the long run, though he decided to keep his thoughts to himself, mindscape or not. However, after all the training he received from Asuna, it all came down to one thing. "So the only way to be sure I can activate it is," Naruto began, staring at Asuna like she grew another head, "is for Negi to throw a magical attack at you." Asuna nodded. "You do realize that dying in here means that I die for real, right?" Naruto asked her. "Don't worry, it will be a weak attack anyway. We just need to see if you can do it. Not how much you can take," Negi assured him and began chanting a spell when he received a nod from the blonde. "Ras tel ma sur magister, sagita magica una fulguralis." He released the arrow of lightning towards Naruto, who simply held a finger to intercept it. The moment it collided with his finger, the arrow faded into nothingness, to Asuna and Negi's amazement. "No way!" On the very first try, Asuna exclaimed. "What kind of energy control exercises has Kyubi been putting you through?" Negi asked. Over the next 10 minutes, expressions of horror were plastered over Negi and Asuna's faces, and then the group wrapped up their training and went to meet the other 2 girls. "So, how did it go?" Kyubi asked as she saw them approaching. "Oh, it went perfectly. Painless too. unlike the chakra control exercises you put him through, Asuna roared. Hey! It was the only way for him to be able to safely use my chakra, Kyubi defended. It was either that or getting chakra burns every time. That is not healthy, extreme healing factor or not. I still think you went overboard, Negi muttered. Don't worry, I can top that. Eva grinned evilly, but then noticed Naruto's grin. What? On top, huh? Naruto grinned even wider, while all the others present blushed deep red. Is that all you think about? Asuna asked him annoyed. Heavens no. Naruto faked surprise. There's, and leaned to whisper something to her ear before retreating when she started looking like a tomato. And then there's, he leaned back and retreated when she started steaming. And let's not forget about, he began again but didn't lean in because Asuna erupted. I get it, you pervert. You don't mean to give me all the details, she said as she turned around with a hand to her bleeding nose. What did you tell her? Negi asked curiously. Yeah, what? Kyubi leaned in as well. Sorry, Kyubi-chan, you'll have to ask Asuna. I can only tell Negi since he's a guy. Naruto grinned as both Kyubi and Eva went to Asuna and asked for details. Meanwhile, Naruto was initiating Negi in the art of teasing, both of them amused by the way their three female companions were blushing. By the way, Kyubi-chan, did you finish decorating my room? Naruto asked, drawing everyone's attention towards him. Yeah, I finished a few hours ago, the redhead replied. Great, Naruto's grin split his face. I can't wait to try out the bed. That did it. All three girls went beet red and a moment later passed out from blood loss. Naruto-san, my old friend Kumo has nothing on you. Negi burst laughing and Naruto joined him. By the time they settled down and had placed the girls on some nearby couches, Naruto had got a sudden burst of information about weeding a garden. Damn, one of my clones got dispelled while on a mission, Naruto muttered. Anything important? Negi inquired. Nah, just some gardening. You can't expect anything serious from a D-rank. Naruto brushed it off. What happened to it, anyway? It fell over and hit its head on a wall. Must have pulled too hard on that weed. Naruto shrugged. Well, it's almost nighttime here. We should get the girls to bed, Negi suggested as he got up. Yep, can't argue with you there, Naruto said as he followed his example and created 3 Kage Bunshin that picked up the girls' bridal style and carried them to their respective rooms. Good thing Eva was kind enough to mark the living area on the castle diagram near the stairs. Still, this place is very interesting, Negi said. Evangeline's resort continuously extended an hour into a day. Your mindscape, on the other hand, converts a minute into an hour, doesn't age you physically, and only works like this when you're in here. Actually, it could turn a minute into more than an hour when needed, but the mental strain would drive me nuts if used continuously, Naruto admitted. Furthermore, I can always balance it with the real time, I just don't need to. And the reason it only lengthens time when I'm in here is because I may need real-time advice when in battle and can't enter my mindscape. I see. By the way, Eva's resort only worked in 24 hours units. So we had to stay at least 24 hours before we could leave, Negi said. Ouch. I can't say I envy ya. If the training you told me about is true, Naruto said with compassion. Oh well, it could have been worse. You'll see for yourself soon enough, Negi said as he reached his room and waved goodnight. When Naruto entered his own room a little later, he smiled widely. It was exactly how he liked it. A very large bed, several wardrobes inside the walls, a large study, a small bookcase. Everything he needed for these training trips in his mindscape. As he lied on the bed and thought about what he had said to the girls earlier and couldn't help but smile warmly as he fell asleep. Several hours later, he was suddenly awakened by a sudden energy spike and he immediately activated High Magic Cancel as a first defense before he put up his guard. But all he saw through his sleepy eyes were Eva and Kyubi, who looked impressed by his reaction. Not bad at all. Even in your sleep your senses are active. Eva commended him. Basic ninja skill. Never let your guard down, he stretched, and casually caught the pillow that Eva was keeping suspended with wires behind his back. Heh, I see you're as paranoid as they get. Maybe more than me, Eva grinned. When we're going to start the combat training, we'll probably skip the warm-up to all-out war. Just the way I like it. QB grinned as Naruto gulped. Oh well, I should be going. I stayed in here long enough, considering where I started meditating. I wouldn't want some idiot to attack me while I'm in here. I'll say bye to Negi and Asuna-chan and I'll be off, Naruto said as he got up and headed for the door. I'll see you later, Eva-chan. QB-chan added with a smile as he left. A few minutes later, he was getting up from the bench stretching and dispelled the two cat-looking clones, getting confirmation from their memory that nothing important happened while he was in his mindscape. Looking at the time, he realized that only 30 minutes had passed and his clones had work to do for another 2 or 3 hours. So he decided to have a look at his new training ground. It took him about half-hour to get there and another half-hour to give up looking for an open entrance. So he did the only pertinent thing, he climbed over the fence. Just as he landed, he felt a presence behind him and spoke casually. Hello there, Anko-san. How are you today? Don't hello me, brat. This area is forbidden and very dangerous. Only a few people have authorization to come and go as they please, Anko said, a little annoyed. I remember telling you this the last time you came here. Starting from today, I'm one of those people allowed. And don't you mean the last time you caught me here? You don't really think I only came here once in 5 years, do you? Naruto turned with a grin. What do you? More like, how did you get the Hokage's permission to come here? Anko asked in disbelief. This is my new training ground. I only got clearance about 2 hours ago, so I'm not surprised you hadn't gotten word yet. Make sure you give the old man a visit when you leave for lunch. I can assure you he won't have any paperwork left by then, Naruto said as he took a few steps towards a tall tree before jumping on a wide branch. First of all, why did you get this training ground of all places? Secondly, how do you know he'll be done by then? Anko narrowed her eyes suspiciously as she landed behind him. I especially requested to be allowed to train here, and the old man will be done because I gave him the key to success before I left. Naruto smiled as he took a seat near the trunk. All right, here's a better question. Why the hell did he even allow a genin to train I in the forest of death? Anko asked as she began losing her temper. 3 simple reasons. 1. I got the first perfect score in the academy graduation exam since Itachi. 2. This forest is one of the few places almost nobody comes to, so the stuff I practice here will stay secret from the other teams. 3. I like this forest. There are no stupid villagers to yell or glare at me here, Naruto said as he looked Anko in the eye. The snake mistress went wide-eyed when she heard about the perfect score, but her eyes were filled with understanding when she heard his final reason. Yeah, no idiots around here, she sighed and turned towards the village with a frown. So, why do you like it here? Naruto asked, but he already knew the answer. Well, partially for the same reasons as you. I'm not very popular in the village. But there's another reason as well. She hesitated. There is? The blonde inquired. Tell me, kid, how much do you know about me? Anko asked him. If you're talking about your ninja life, then almost as much as you do, Naruto replied and looked her in the eye when she suddenly turned around and fixed him with a glare. He kept her gaze until she turned around and sat down on the tree branch. Then you more than enough to understand what I'm about to tell you. You see, that bastard never took me here, nor allowed me to come here. That's one of the few things I know without a doubt. Maybe he was scared of the place or something, but as long as I stay here I feel like I'm going against his will, and it gives me some satisfaction, Anko said with her eyes on the ground. I understand. Kinda like I feel when pranking the assholes who try to pick on me, Naruto sighed. Still, it never feels good enough, does it? He asked, more himself than her. Heh, since when do I get lectures from a brat? Anko grinned. Hey, I have name you know. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Pleased to meet cha. He grinned back while putting her words in a corner of his mind for a later view. Still, I still don't like having you here, Anko said as she eyed him carefully. What's wrong? I thought you could enjoy some company. Naruto gave her his foxy grin, making even her blush a little, almost unperceivable, but he saw it. The kind of company I want is the kind that can hold his liquor and be good-looking, Anko said with a grin. Well, I'll take that as a challenge. Care to test my alcohol resistance over some dango and sake? My treat. The last part is totally up to your tastes though, Naruto said with a confident smile. Ho? Are you asking me out, kid? Anko raised an eyebrow, amused. Little ol' me asking out the scary Tokubetsu Jounin? I wouldn't dare. Naruto faked shock, causing Anko to burst laughing. All right, kid. I accept your offer. I don't see any reason to turn down dango, she smiled while adding in her mind. And he does fit the good-looking requirement. Smart too. All right then, what are we waiting for? It's 12:30, perfect time for lunch, Naruto said as he jumped down from the branch, shortly followed by Anko. But he didn't make 3 more steps before he suddenly threw a kunai over Anko's shoulder. She was about to yell at him when she heard from behind her a roar of pain followed by a thump. As she turned around, she saw a large black panther with a kunai fully embedded between its eyes. What shocked her though wasn't its presence near the fence, but the precision and accuracy Naruto displayed by hitting it without even seeing the panther. Yes, the kid had promise. Nice aim, Anko complimented when he got next to her. Want me to get rid of the body? Nah, I got it, Naruto replied as he began forming hand seals and stopped on Tiger. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, he called out as he released a stream white hot fire that took the shape of a large ball that turned the corpse to ashes, leaving only a slightly melted kunai. He definitely has talent, Anko thought. A little later they were entering Anko's favorite restaurant that conveniently was one of the few places where Naruto could enter without being thrown out or even glared at most of the time since mainly shinobi came there. What can I get you? The waiter asked as he approached their table. 20 dango and a bottle of sake, Anko said with a grin. Same as her plus 5 pork ramen, Naruto said. I'm sorry, you're too young for. The waiter began. Don't worry. The moment I got this headband I became an adult. You won't be getting any complaints on the issue, Naruto cut him off. Very well then, your order will be here shortly, the waiter agreed and left. Nice, you sure have a way with words. You should be writing the Hokage speeches, Anko said. Nah, it would piss off the civilian council even more. I'll stick to killing people as a ninja, Naruto said with a smirk. Oh, bloodthirsty too. Wanna join the interrogation unit? Anko smirked as well. Nah, it would be too boring. I mean, I would have to keep the bastards alive for someone else to decide their fate. On the field though, there's nobody who can tell me that I can't kill the bastards. Sure, I'm going to have to bring some alive for questioning, but it's still better, Naruto explained. Plus, I'm not very fond of torture. I mean, I can do it, but that doesn't mean I have to like it, he said with a faraway look in his eyes. Well, there would be some cases that I would definitely enjoy though, he added with an evil glint in his eyes. Yeah, but it's a good way to blow some steam, Anko shrugged. True. Oh, here comes our order, Naruto said as he looked towards the 3 waiters that were bringing their food and drinks. After they put everything on the table, Naruto immediately paid the bill, and in less than a minute he downed 4 bowls of ramen. You sure have an appetite, Anko said as she finished her 7th dango stick. Yeah, got some training done earlier. And then there's... He stopped and finished his 5th bowl. The kage bunshin I made earlier. It will take a lot out of me when they dispel, so I better have some extra energy. So the rumor is true, you actually learned kage bunshin in one night, Anko said impressed. Yeah, but I already knew Mizu bunshin and kaze bunshin, so learning another wasn't so hard. Naruto shrugged while Anko choked. How did you learn those? She gasped. Let's just say I have a very vast source of information and leave it at that, Naruto grinned. I see. You surprise me more and more. But isn't it a little risky for a genin to make a kage bunshin? What? Anko asked, annoyed by Naruto's sudden giggling. He make a Kage Bunshin? I made 90 and still have more chakra than I used, Naruto said, making Anko jaw drop. I can't even make 20, she said, ashamed to be beaten by a genin. Well, normally you should be able to do up to 40, but you have to remember that there's something that keeps you from using that much chakra, Naruto said. So you know about that too, huh? Anko said as she put a hand on the back of her neck where the curse seal was. Yeah, I learned a lot about seals over the years. I don't know much about yours though, but I can see clearly that it's chakra-based. I can't really guess what triggers it, but I can tell for sure that the inhibitor seal you have on it won't hold, Naruto said thoughtfully. Yeah, it acts up every once in a while, Anko said as she finished her dango, thinking, why the hell am I telling him this? Well, enough chatter. I came here to prove something, didn't I? Naruto grinned as he poured sake for the both of them. You're on. Just so you know, I have a very good tolerance. Anko grinned as she accepted the cup. We'll see just how good soon enough, won't we? Naruto said before he drank the contents of his cup in one swing, Anko doing the same. Half-hour later, the sake was gone and Naruto was looking amused at a wasted Anko. So, you were saying something about tolerance? Naruto snickered. Shut up, Anko pouted. You must have cheated somehow. Well, you could say that I have something that automatically keeps me from getting drunk, but I didn't actually cheat. Naruto grinned. No fair. She pouted again. Ow, my head is killing me. Let me take care of that, Naruto said as he got up and then sat next to her. He gathered chakra in both hands like he did at the academy earlier that day. He then placed one hand on Anko's forehead and one on her chest. After a minute or so, he took both hands away and looked at Anko's flushed face. Did the headache go away? Naruto asked. Yeah. Anko replied, trying to catch her breath. That feeling was, she thought and blushed again. Glad to hear that, Naruto said with his foxy smile. Well, I can say that I found a worthy drinking partner. Care to join me again sometime? Anko asked with a grin. Sure. I don't see the harm in that, Naruto said as he got up. Besides, he leaned and whispered in her ear. You have no idea how cute you are when you pout. With that he left, leaving behind a tomato-red Anko. Well, I think there is only one more group of clones left, Naruto thought. During his lunch with Anko, he had been nearly overloaded as clones from all groups began to dispel, signaling they finished their jobs. What were they doing again? He asked himself just before he received a burst of information. Oh yeah, digging a well. No wonder it took so long. By the time he got home, he had received the image of a completely amazed Irika, meaning all his clones were gone. Well, it's only 2 o'clock. I have 4 hours till my date with Hinata-chan. Maybe I should head back to the training ground. Something Anko said doesn't add up. Naruto said thoughtfully. What doesn't add up? A voice said. Eva-chan. Yep, QB is teaching us how to communicate with you while you're not in your mindscape. The vampire continued. Oh, I see. Can you get QB for me? I need her opinion on something, Naruto said. What is it, Naruto-kun? QB said. I just talked with Mitarashi Anko earlier about her former sensei, Orochimaru of the Sannin. Oh, the old traitorous snake. What about him? QB asked with distaste. She said that he always avoided training ground 44. She thought he may be scared of it or something. Naruto said thoughtfully. So? QB inquired. I don't buy it. The guy's a madman who would kill anyone without a hint of remorse. He's as strong as the Hokage, if not stronger. He has nothing to fear in a mere forest, be it full of dangerous creatures or not. Naruto replied. So what do you think about that? Maybe Anko lied, Eva suggested. No, that would be the last possible answer. She hates that bastard more than anything. In fact, she said that she spends so much time there especially because he didn't like it. Naruto said. Then, if what she said is true, what reasons did Orochimaru have for avoiding that forest? Negi gave his input. Maybe he was hiding something there, Asuna said, followed by a long silence. What? She added, annoyed. That's the best lead we have right now, Asuna-chan. Good thinking, Naruto said. Heh, looks like miracles do happen, even if they take centuries to do so, Eva's amused voice said. Thanks, Naruto-kun. And what do you mean by miracles, Eva-chan? She said, annoyed. Let's just say you've come a long way, Asuna, Negi said, amused. All right then, send some clones to investigate that forest. It shouldn't take long, Eva concluded. Actually it would. That forest has a 10-kilometer radius. Naruto sweat-dropped. Just make a few hundred clones. They should find something by tomorrow morning, Kyubi suggested. Roger. I'll have them surround the area and then search all the way to the center, Naruto said as he sprinted towards his training ground. As soon as he got there, he closed his eyes and tried sensing chakra. From what he could sense, there was nobody nearby and definitely nobody inside the forest. He then gathered a large amount of chakra and make a cross hand sign. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he called out as 300 clones appeared around him. Alright, split in groups of 5. Then surround this forest. After that, I want you to head for the center, inspecting absolutely everything you find suspicious. I particularly mean something that looks like a hidden or simply buried structure. Also, beware of the creatures inside. You have my memories, so you know what I'm talking about. Go! Naruto instructed and the clones immediately left, forming groups as they ran. I remember that Irika said he'll keep my money till the real me goes there and gets it. Good idea, considering what happened to that clone. He thought, thinking about the clone that got assaulted after it left the mission hall. I'll go pick it up and then head home to rest a bit, he decided. By the time he got home, he only had an hour till 6. Why? Because Irika had sensed the smell of sake on him. It had taken half-hour and lots of patience to explain to the Chunin that Ha could drink his weight in sake and still be sober. Good thing he told me, though. I wouldn't want to meet Hinata smelling like sake, Naruto muttered as he left his bathroom. He decided he could use some rest despite the late hour, so he lied down on his bed and fell asleep after asking Negi to wake him up at 5:45. At least he had the presence of mind not to ask any of the girls to do it. When he woke up later, he realized that he still had time and was about to yell at Negi when he realized that it wasn't the boy that woke him, but one of his clones dispelling. After making a mental note not to change huge tigers without a reason, he got up and, after a look at his clothes, he left towards Ichiraku, deciding he could wait there for a few minutes. After talking a while to Tucci, Naruto was beginning to get worried. It was a little past 6 and Hinata wasn't there. Normally he wouldn't worry so, but this was Hinata. She wouldn't miss their date for the world. So he closed his eyes and began sensing chakra. He quickly found Hinata's signature, which was surprisingly close, but he was far from relieved as she was going in the opposite direction, with another signature right after her. A signature that made Naruto blood boil when he realized the implications. He ran as fast as he could and soon enough he saw Hinata. But what enraged him was that Kiba was holding her struggling hands and was leaning to kiss the terrified girl. But before it could happen, Kiba was suddenly flung away and lands on the ground a few feet away, in his place now being Naruto, who was holding Hinata steady. "What do you think you're doing, Mutt?" Naruto asked, his voice cold as winter. "I warned you just this morning not to do something stupid. Are you deaf or just plain stupid?" "You're the stupid one. Hinata belongs to me," Kiba spat as he got up. "Stupid it is then," Naruto sighed and then glanced at Hinata. "Stand back a bit, Hinata-chan," he said, and the girl nodded. As he was turning his head towards Kiba, he spotted a wolf-masked Anbu land on a nearby roof. "Ha! Just now you got me by surprise. I'll beat the crap out of you and then Hinata will have no choice then to recognize me as the alpha," Kiba declared as he got in a fighting stance. "Stand back, Akamaru," he added. But the dog was already backing away from the blonde, feeling his killer intent better than his owner. At this, Naruto turned his head towards the ANBU and raised an eyebrow, like asking, "Can I fight him?" To which he got a nod. He then turned towards the Inuzuka that had begun running towards him in time to sidestep his attack and deliver an open palm strike to his chest. That was all it took as Kiba collapsed as he tried to breath. "Don't do something like that to anyone ever again or you'll get some serious damage," Naruto said as he took Hinata's hand and left, leaving Akamaru with his dumb master. "That was amazing, Naruto-kun," Hinata said as they walked past Ichiraku. "Oh, it was nothing special. You could have done the same. You're just too peaceful," Naruto said with a smile. "That's a nice way of putting it. My father says I'm simply weak," Hinata said, lowering her head. "Hinata, listen to me. You are far from weak. You just need to have more confidence in yourself. And listening to what Hayashi says won't help at all. So don't bother thinking about his speeches," Naruto said before he put a hand under her chin and raised her head to make eye contact. "Besides, it's our date, so relax," he said with a wide smile, making Hinata blush. They spent the rest of the evening in each other's company in the same restaurant he went with Anko at lunch, though this time he didn't eat dango and drink sake, but had a regular meal during which he found out a few things about Hinata, like her hobby of pressing flowers, for instance. All in all, the date went fine considering how shy his date was. Shy almost fainted when he gave her a kiss on the cheek when he said goodbye. He was almost home when another clone got dispelled by a giant centipede. This is going to be a long night, Naruto sighed as he got in bed. And of course he was right. By the time his alarm clock went off, he had been awakened by his clones 10 times. In the end, he had asked QB to take over the influx of memories so he could get some shut-eye. He was dreading the moment his clones started dispelling, but he knew he couldn't slack off and did the same as the day before. He got a dozen D-ranks and sent his clones to do them. This time, though, he went to his training ground to relax and then entered his mindscape after leaving a clone to keep guard. He had just begun looking over a scroll when he began to get information from his clones at a steady rate. By now he knew that meditating was the best way to assimilate the information, so closed his eyes and cleared his mind, much to Eva's confusion since she was next to him. "What's wrong, Naruto?" she asked. "The clones I sent to search the forest have reached the center and are dispelling one by one. They should all disappear within 10 minutes in here," he explained as he focused even more. "All right, let me know what they found," Eva said as she turned back to her book. About 10 minutes later, Naruto jumped to his feet. "Bingo! I can't believe they actually found it, considering where it's hidden," Naruto said with a smile. "Where is it?" Kyubi said as she entered the room. "Under a mud pit. Apparently 2 of my clones slipped and fell in, but they somehow managed to get back up after seeing the hidden stone trap door on the bottom," Naruto explained, amused by the disgusted looks the girls had. "Still, you should check it out before you call anyone else. This area is used for the Chunin exams, so it might be something in the setup," Kyubi said as got ready to leave. "Yeah, it would be embarrassing to call the Hokage to see a weasel burrow or the like," Naruto chuckled and left. The indicated location was in the northeastern region of the forest, far away from the river, so a mud pit looked rather out of place. So the chances of it being there as a cover were pretty good. As he arrived there, he noticed several animals approaching, as they sensed a possible meal. Not wanting to waste time fighting them, since he knew that the scent of blood would attract even more predators, he focused the most intense killing intent he could muster on his own and released it in one burst. The results were devastating as most on the predators lost consciousness and the rest ran with their tails between their legs. No hunger could make them attack such an enemy. Smiling in satisfaction, Naruto made several Kagebunshin and had them submerged to inspect the depth and the bottom. When they dispelled, Naruto couldn't help but grin in satisfaction. The stone door on the bottom had several protection seals on it, an intricate lock, and most importantly a snake carving. Now he was sure this was one of Orochimaru's lairs. He had heard that another was found when he left the village, but this was definitely not it. Now he began thinking of how to reach it without taking a dive in the mud. He was tempted to simply use a fire jutsu to dry it and simply dig, but that would take time and patience that he didn't have at the moment. So he moved to the next idea: get rid of the mud. He had a few earth jutsu that could do the job, but he decided to stick to using clones. This time, wind clones. He knew that when dispelled, a wind clone creates a gust of wind. So he decided to use that to his advantage. Kaze Bunshin no Jutsu, he called out as he created 50 wind clones. He then instructed the clones to submerge one by one in the mud and then dispel all at once. While the clones were obeying his orders, he quickly took his distance and climbed a tree, but keeping the mud pit in his view. After a minute or so, the clones dispelled and the mud erupted outwards. Well, the mud that was still in the pit, since 50 clones took a lot of space. As he approached the pit, Naruto noticed that it actually had stone walls, making it look like a well. On the bottom stood a large stone door, now clearly visible. He quickly descended using chakra to stick to the walls and took a careful look at the door. He was 100% sure it had a trap that triggered when opened, but that didn't mean there weren't any on the outside. So he decided to play safe, creating several Kage Bunshin to remove the seals and tinker with the lock. Fortunately, he had the foresight to send them one by one, since every seal exploded when removed and the lock released a huge stream of senbon that almost hit high as well. Knowing that his Kage Bunshin won't have the physical power to open the stone door, he made 3 Mizu Bunshin by drawing water from the remaining mud in the well. When the clones finally managed to open it, they were greeted by a stream of fire that not only dispelled them, but also evaporated the water they were made of. With a victorious smirk, Naruto created 20 clones and had Hem enter in groups of 3, replacing when needed the ones that dispelled because of the occasional rain of senbon or streams of fire. In less than an hour, all traps had been taken care of and Naruto was about to send some clones to the Hokage when Eva stopped him. Don't rush, this place isn't going anywhere. You should take a look inside and see if there are any jutsu or documents you could use and copy them. Then you can call for the old man. Considering how hidden this place was, it must contain some valuable stuff. Eva suggested and Naruto couldn't help but agree. Without further ado, he created a few Kage Bunshin to stand guard and jumped inside. He then created a few more clones to be on the safe side and walked through the dark corridor, occasionally stopping to light the torches that were on the walls. When he reached the first door, he paused and contacted the others. "Hey, you girls there? How about you, Negi?" he asked. "Yeah, we're all here and seeing everything you see. What's wrong? Why are you stopping?" Asuna said. "Well, I wanted to warn you about what's probably in at least one room." Naruto hesitated. "Well?" Eva demanded. "Orochimaru is infamous for his cruel experiments, human experiments," Naruto explained and was met with a deep silence. "Don't worry, Naruto. We already had a look at some of your old memories, so we're prepared," Negi said, determined. "All right then," Naruto shrugged and opened the door. He immediately regretted as the horrid smell that reached his nose almost made him puke. The inside was full of corpses in putrefaction, either tied up on tables or behind bars in the small cell in the corner. He tried to ignore the view and focused on finding any documents to copy. He soon spotted the desk and bookcase and was transferring its contents to an odorless paper. As soon as he was finished, he left the room and left a Kage Bunshin to stand guard. The next room was less disgusting, though it was full of metal caskets. He quickly copied the records and left, once again leaving a clone behind. The third room freaked him out completely. It was full of large glass tubes that had some green liquid inside. Within floated the lifeless bodies of different creatures, from normal humans and animals to all sort of chimera. What unsettled him was the fact that most of them had black marks on their bodies, very similar to Anko Cursed Seal. He quickly copied all the research and left the room, leaving a guard before contacting Kyubi. "Hey Kyubi, can you explain something to me?" "What is it, Naruto-kun?" she asked. "Why does this copying information work almost instantly now? And how does it work since I ran out of ink a while ago?" Naruto inquired. "It works so fast now because you changed the seal a little. As for the ink, you're unconsciously using the bloodline you got from Negi. You're creating ink in your mindscape and bringing it outside. QB explained. Could I do that with paper as well? I'm nearly out. Naruto asked. Sure, you just need to focus. QB shrugged. All right, it seems I'm gonna need it, Naruto said as he entered what looked like a library, having 2 large bookcases. In the next 10 minutes he had copied each and every book and was very satisfied. When he reached the 5th and final room, his jaw dropped. It was completely full of shelves containing weapons of all sorts and sizes. Naruto, let me take over for a bit. I know a way to make a perfect mindscape copy of these weapons. QB requested, and soon a Naruto with red slit eyes was covering full shelves with a colorless transparent chakra. When it was done, his eyes became blue and he smiled. You need to teach me that jutsu sometime, Naruto said as he walked towards the entrance. After he got outside, he sent some Kagebunshin to get to the Hokage and tell him of the discovery of the hidden structure, with the instruction to avoid Anko if possible. Why shouldn't Anko come? Asuna asked, confused. Baka, it would like telling her, that could have been you. We should let the Hokage decide who should know about this anyway, Eva explained. Half-hour later, the Hokage arrived with 4 ANBU guards. What have you found, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked as he approached Naruto. One of Orochimaru laboratories. It was damn well hidden too, Naruto said. How hidden, exactly? Sarutobi inquired. See this well we're in? It was full of mud and the entrance had several seals on it that masked its presence perfectly. Naruto explained as he gestured to the surroundings. And you found it how exactly? The Hokage asked as he carefully approached the entrance. 2 of my Kagebunshin fell in all the way to the bottom. I found it suspicious, since the only structure that should be in this forest is the tower in the center. So I used some Kazebunshin to blow away the mud. I didn't use any earth jutsu since it could have had a seal on it. Oh, and you can go inside without worry. I already had my clones take care of the traps, Naruto said, noticing how cautious the Hokage looked. Are you sure you got all of them? Sarutobi asked as he slightly relaxed. Yeah, I even inspected all the chambers inside myself. Come on, I'll give you a tour. Just be careful not to step on any senbon, Naruto said as he approached the entrance. Very well, Sarutobi agreed. He would have wanted to avoid exposing Naruto to the horrors that were sure to be inside. But since he already saw them, and experienced some of them in his past, he added sadly in his mind. He then instructed the 4 ANBU to keep guard and followed the blonde genin underground. With each room they visited, Sarutobi became more and more pale. While this lab was significantly smaller in size than the other one they found, it had far more many test subjects. But what saddened him the most was the blank expression Naruto had. No emotion whatsoever, just the occasional disgust because of the smell. You know, Naruto, we never properly searched this forest. You see, Sarutobi began. Orochimaru always avoided it. I know. I spoke with Anko yesterday. Now we know why. He didn't want anyone to make a connection between him and this place. Also, from what I can tell, this is more of a storage and observation facility. Considering how few tools are in the first room, I tend to believe that he conducted most of his experiments elsewhere, probably close though. Definitely in the village, Naruto said. Yes, the fist lab we found certainly fits those requirements. Sarutobi nodded. Still, I'll need to appoint someone to do this investigation quickly. You see, Mizuki was under his orders. If he begins to target Konoha, we'll need all the information we can get. He added with a frown. Ibiki and a medical team for the bodies, I suppose. Don't let Anko near this for now. She'll really be affected since this lab is full of curse seals. She may even begin blaming herself for not finding it herself since she's in this forest most of the time. Maybe you can get her on a mission for a week, to clean this place up at least, Naruto suggested. I think I have just the thing. As for the documents and seals, Sarutobi said thoughtfully. Let me deal with it. I've already read and mastered the books on seals you gave me yesterday. As for the documents, well, you don't think I read your entire library for nothing, do you? Naruto said with a grin. Fine. With Jiraiya out of the village me and now you are the only ones that have any decent sealing skills. I'll leave it in your hands until someone more experienced can take over the old Kage side. Good. I'll make a report and gather what I need. I'll have it ready by the time Ibiki arrives. After he gives me the mission scroll, I'll drop by to report and then start my investigation. Naruto said as he led the Hokage to the exit. Very well. He'll be in 2 hours or so. Good luck, Naruto Sarutobi said as he left with 2 of the ANBU. Naruto, on the other hand, made 50 Kage Bunshin and sent them to seal in his scrolls every document and all the weapons in storage. He already had Negi, Eva, and Kyubi going over his copies of them. Chapter 5. Magic, Dark, and Elemental. It had been almost 2 hours since the Hokage left and Naruto didn't waste a minute of it. After sending the clones to handle the weapons and documents, he went to the weapons storage himself and took a seat in an empty corner. After leaving a clone at the entrance of the hideout, he had no worries of being taken by surprise by Ibiki when he arrives. A few moments after he closed his eyes, he found himself in his mindscape next to Eva, Kyubi, and Negi, who were reading some of the copied documents. How's it going? Naruto asked as he took a seat at the large table of the Jutsu library. Some of this stuff is far beyond what I did to the village during the attack, Kyubi said with a grimace. And they used to call me a sadist, Eva mumbled as she put down one of the scrolls. Asuna already went to throw up, Negi added. All right, change of plans. I'll leave some Kage Bunshin to go over these and you can look over my memories afterwards. For now, let's get back to my training, shall we? Naruto suggested, and soon they were all walking into a courtyard, leaving 200 clones behind. Well, I believe it's time for you to learn magic, Negi said. Yes, since the Magia Arabia needs some attack spell to work, we'll need to cover that first. And it will take a while. Evangeline sighed. We'll see about that, Naruto grinned confidently. Well, let's start with the basics, shall we? Negi said as a wand materialized in his hand. The simplest spell is the Artiscat spell, and since you don't have an activation key, you'll use the beginner key. Like this, Negi said as he held up the wand. Prakti Bg Nar. Artiscat. He called out before a flame erupted at the tip of the wand. Nice, let me try. Naruto grinned in anticipation as Negi gave him the wand. Let's see now. Prakti Bg Nar. Artiscat. He called out, and to Eva and Negi's surprise a flame came out at the tip. On the first try? Eva asked as she stared at the blonde in amazement. How? Negi added / Hihi. Kyubi-chan has been teaching me how to use the ki and mana portions of my chakra separately since day 1. She taught me elemental magic manipulation as well, but no spells. Naruto explained. Any particular reason you didn't mention that before? Eva asked, annoyed. In response, Kyubi simply conjured a large mirror in her hands, facing Negi and Eva. Does that answer your question? Naruto chuckled. Moving on, Negi said quickly, before Eva could start anything he would regret. Since you know how to harness your magic, you can skip to the theory of magic. That will take about 72 hours. Yeah. That would mean 144 Kage Bunshin for the next half hour, Naruto said as he summoned said clones. Can you show them what books to read, Eva-chan? Sure, just summon 10 more clones. I need them to look over some other books you'll need for my teachings, Eva said before she left with 154 clones after her. Hey, what did I miss? Asuna asked as she arrived. Naruto already knows how to use his magical power. He just needs the basic theory and then we'll move on to spells, Negi said with a smile. How are you feeling, Asuna-chan? Naruto asked with concern. I'll be fine. How about we start your Kanka training? Asuna suggested. Well, he can summon his ki as well, so it won't be a problem. But he'll have to do it with his main body, Kyubi said. Alright, please take care of me, Sensei, Naruto said teasingly, making Asuna blush. Right? Well, first you need to clear your thought. Don't think about anything, Asuna instructed as Naruto closed his eyes. Now you must summon mana in the left hand and ki in the right one. Make sure the quantities are equal, she continued. Naruto held out his hands in front of him and began channeling his energies until they seemed equal in both hands. Now join your hands and combine the energies, Asuna finished. At this point Naruto clapped his hands and was enveloped by a huge golden aura. Two had a diameter of over a meter. The air around them seemed to have an unnatural pressure, making it hard to breathe for Negi and Asuna. Naruto, less intensity. If you keep going like this, you'll run out of power in no time, Kyuubi said, concerned. As he focused a bit, the aura retracted to his body, leaving only a few centimeters visible. Much better, Negi sighed. Sorry about that, Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. It's okay. I used to do the same when I started. But I sure didn't have that much power, Asuna said with a smile. Well, you need some time to get used to it, so do 10 laps around the castle, Kyuubi suggested. Around the castle? Fine. I'll probably be back in an hour, Naruto sighed as he left. He has no idea what Kanka does, huh? Asuna asked, amused. Nope, I didn't tell him a thing. He'll be back in 10 minutes max, Kyuubi said confidently. And so he did. Exactly 7 minutes later Naruto returned to the group with a wide grin on his face. Why didn't you tell me that Kanka makes me stronger and faster? He asked Asuna. You didn't ask. Besides, by how much depends on the individual. Asuna shrugged. Still, you seem to control it pretty well for your first time, Negi must. Yeah, well, it's a lot like controlling chakra. It's just outside my body, Naruto said with a shrug. Actually, now that I think about it, Kanka energy is chakra, but in a more uncontrolled form because it's harder to control when it's outside the body, Kyuubi said thoughtfully. Speaking of control, Naruto began as the Kanka faded. I ran out of time, it seems. Could have seen that one coming, Negi said. You need to get used to it in order to control it properly. How about a short spar? Asuna suggested. Maybe you'll learn more if you see me using it. Sure, Naruto agreed as he calmed himself and gathered his energies and mixing them while Asuna did the same. In the next 10 minutes Naruto learned 2 valuable lessons. Firstly, he needed to focus the ki of Kanka in order to make it last longer. Secondly, and far more important at the moment, Asuna had a mean right hook. Sorry Naruto-kun, I got a little carried away. Asuna apologized as she helped him get out of the crater she made when she hit him. It's alright Asuna-chan, we were training after all. Some damage is expected, Naruto said with a smile as he sat on a nearby bench. Besides, this isn't my real body, so if I believe I can heal extremely fast I will. Look, he added as the bruise disappeared. Awesome, Asuna said as she stared at his exposed chest with a blush. Yeah, the only real problem is a headache in here, Naruto said before grabbing his head in pain. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Kyuubi asked concerned. Me and my big mouth, Naruto mumbled. All of the clones I sent with Eva-chan just dispelled. Sorry about that, Evangeline said as she appeared next to him. I told them to start dispelling, but I didn't expect to do it all at once. It's alright, but let's take a break for an hour. Okay? I need some time to assimilate all the information, Naruto said as he lay down on the bench and closed his eyes. Deciding that he needed some peace and quiet, the others walked out of his hearing range and began discussing his progress, and practically interrogating Kyuubi about his training regiment. About an hour later they saw Naruto approaching and Negi spoke up. Ready for some magic? Sure, I was born ready, the blonde replied confidently. Alright, we'll start with the most basic attack spell, the Sagitta Magica. And since your most potent element seems to be lightning, we'll focus on that for now, Negi said as he raised a wand. Prakti Bige Nar. Una spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. Negi chanted before pointing the wand towards a wall. The small orb of light that had appeared above him during the casting shot towards the wall and left a small indentation in it. Nice, Naruto said as he approached the wall for a closer inspection. But it doesn't do too much damage, huh? Yes, but it's normally used in series of 11 or more to compensate for that. And lightning is generally used for stunning, not damage. Negi explained as he handed him the wand. I see. I'll give it a try. Naruto nodded as he pointed the wand towards the same wall. Practi bigenar, una spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. As he finished his arrow shot at high speed towards the wall and made twice the damage Negi did. Very good, you added more power. It seems those clones did their job well, Negi said with a smile. Let's move on to more at a time, shall we? He said as he made a wand for himself and began casting Practi bigenar, trace spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. When he finished, 3 arrows of lightning shot towards the wall, each doing as much damage as Naruto's. Things continued like this for several hours, as Negi made Naruto conjure 3, 5, 7 and so on up to 49 arrows of lightning. At that point they hit the first obstacle, or rather some of the arrows hit Naruto. Well, I must admit I'm impressed, Negi said. It took me weeks to be able to get to this point and you managed to do so in mere 5 hours. That and the power you instinctually put in each arrow. You have talent, that's for sure, Eva added. All you need now is to get used to casting spells more quickly, and then we'll move to more powerful attack spells. But we'll only do that after you can cast 199 arrows to make sure you can take the strain. Yeah, but I need to solve my control problem first. I wouldn't want to hit myself with anything more powerful, would I? Naruto said sheepishly. About that, I believe you should choose your personal activation key. It will grant you a far better grasp over your magic. Negi must. Yeah, the old Practi BGNAR will only take you so far, Asuna said. Cool. I think it was in one of the books I read, Naruto said before he started thinking. I think I have the right one, he said after half hour. He got up and pointed the wand towards the wall. Dominus de somnis Teritis, undiquinquagintus spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. The blonde called out and all 49 arrows shot towards the wall, creating a cloud of dust when they hit. When the cloud dispersed, everyone saw the perfect circle the arrows had carved into the wall, deeper than any of those before. Very good. Your control was perfect. Now try. Negi began, but Naruto cut him off. Just a sec. I want to try something, Naruto said. Dominus de somnis Teritis, undiquinquagintus spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. He called out before launching the arrows again. But this time he made them circle each other, forming a small tornado before it hit the wall. Needless to say, the impact was far more powerful than the previous one, as the attack dug a large hole in the wall, the debris raining on the ones too close. Wow, Naruto said as he stared at the 3-meter-wide hole. You focused the power of the arrows at one point and made them twist to create an additional thrust with the wind. Not bad at all, Eva said with a grin. I think I overdid it though, Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. Nah, it's easy to fix, Asuna said as the wall remade itself. Still, we should move to a larger area, she suggested, and soon enough they were on the lowest and largest terrace, just a few meters above the beach. For target, Eva made a particularly large cube of stone, about 10 meters tall. This should be good enough for a target. Just make sure to repair it after every attempt, Evangeline said. And since you have plenty of power, I think you can skip a few steps. Increase the number of arrows by a dozen or so after you got a handle on the previous number, Negi said. We'll go look for some books you should read before we teach you something else, Asuna said as she left with Evangeline and Negi. I'll look in the jutsu library for some high-level jutsu. We can't have you fall behind regarding your ninja skills now, can we? Kyubi said as she left. So, increase the number of arrows by a dozen, huh? Naruto said to himself before a wide grin appeared on his face. Let's try bigger intervals. Dominus de somnis iliteritis, octogentus spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. He released 80 arrows and made sure they formed a large circle before impact, making deep gashes in the stone. After repairing the target, he did the spell a few more times, forming a cross, a triangle, and a square before he took a break. After an hour or so, he was almost completely recovered and decided to hasten his advancement even more. Dominus de somnis iliteritis, centum undisexagentus spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. Naruto called out before releasing 159 arrows in an attempted circle, but messing up before it hit, making the shape an oval. I need more control, and a lot of practice. Naruto must before his face was split by a grin. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he called out as 10 clones appeared besides him. He then made the block of stone several times larger and ordered his clones to spread out and practice the spell with 159 arrows until they get it right or dispel. It only took 15 minutes for the clones to dispel, thus transferring the progress to him. From what he received, it seemed that only one of the clones managed to control the spell perfectly, Naruto doing so as well to test it out, making a perfect circle on the surface of the target. Well, that felt almost easy. It's time to increase the difficulty again. Dominus de somnis iliteritis, ducenti spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. He called out, sending 200 arrows at the target and managing to create the circle he was aiming for. To make sure it wasn't an accident, he made a triangle and a cross as well, with no mistake involved. I guess those clones got more practice than I needed at the time. Let's take this up a notch. Dominus de somnis iliteritis, trecenti undisexagentus spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. Naruto called out, unleashing 300 arrows of lightning. Unfortunately, most of them were out of control and crashed into the target randomly. In the end, only a dozen or so struck where they were supposed to. Yeah, I need more practice with this one. Naruto sweat dropped. The then created 30 Kage Bunshin and made the stone block target 4 times larger. Before he sent the clones to work, he gave them a bit of advice. If you get tired, you just need to imagine that you're at 100% and keep going. In this place, willpower is the key. After that, he went to take a nap, aware that he needed to get rid of some of the mental stress accumulated. He was aware that he will need it for when the clones that were studying Orochimaru experiments would dispel themselves. About an hour later, he was awakened by the clones practicing the Sagitta Magica. The strain wasn't as much one would have expected because they all had mostly the same information. All right, let's get this right. Naruto began as he sat up and got in position to cast the spell. But before he could even say his activation key, he was interrupted by the arrival of the others, all of them with a stack of books. Hey there, Naruto-kun. How's it going with those Sagitta Magica? Kyubi greeted him. Yeah. Did you get past 100? Asuna asked as she put down her stack of books on the nearest table. Yep, wanna watch? Naruto said with an amused grin. Sure. Fire away. Negi nodded and Naruto turned towards his target that his friends noticed it was at least 10 times larger than it used to be. Dominus de somnis iliteritis, trecenti undisexagentus spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. Naruto called out and released the 300 arrows towards the target. After the dust settled down, the others were staring with their eyes wide at the perfect circle that was carved in stone. That felt way too easy to take an hour with 30 Kage Bunshin. Wait a minute. Now that I analyzed this info completely, they didn't stop when they managed to use 300 arrows. They stopped because they sensed the others approaching. They were actually at, oh yeah, Let's see how they like this one, Naruto thought with a widening grin. Dominus de somnis iliteritis, quingenti undisexagentus spiritus fulgurales, coiunce inimucum concordant, sagitta magica series fulgoris. Naruto called out before sending 500 arrows at the now undamaged target. When the dust cleared this time, it revealed a far more complex carving than the one before. It was still a circle, but unlike the other ones, this one had carvings on the inside as well. It was a carving of the Paccio circle they used on the day he modified the seal. Needless to say, the jaws of everyone except Naruto hit the floor when they saw it. Took them several minutes to regain their voice. How in the world did you advance so quickly? It took me years to be able to even cast 100, Negi said in awe. 2 words Naruto said as he made a clone. Kage Bunshin, Eva whispered. I see. Even if they're made of chakra, they can harness the magic half of it just like you. Add that to the fact that if I say that they won't tire or ran out of power until they succeed. Naruto trailed off. No wonder you made the target so big, Asuna muttered. Well, Naruto-kun, I'm pretty sure you leaned this spell perfectly. But I've done some thinking and got Kyuubi opinion on the matter, and we decided that you should learn to use all of the types of Sagitta Magica before we move on to more powerful spells. What do you say? Eva asked. Sure, I don't mind. Let's start, shall? Naruto began to say but stopped and clutched his head with one hand and put the other at his mouth before running to the edge of the terrace and emptying his stomach over the railing. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? What happened? Eva asked as they rushed to his side and saw his slightly green face. I'm okay. I just got the information on Orochimaru experiments with the cursed seal, he replied weakly. It didn't go well? Asuna asked. Oh, it went well all right. I got every detail. That's the problem actually. Too many details. Naruto spoke grimly. I think we should postpone the training for later, Negi suggested. On the contrary, Naruto said as he got up determined. I need to get my mind off that stuff. I have to agree with him on that one, Kyuubi said. All right, let's begin, Eva said with a grin. For the next 5 hours Naruto continuously practiced the other versions of Sagitta Magica, managing to fire 500 arrows of light, fire, wind, water, stone, ice, sand, lava, mud, and even shadow. The only real difference was the way he had to control their trajectory because of their properties and reaction with the air around. For some like wind, water, and mud, he had to get rid of the huge stone target he had been using before. Instead, Eva and Negi summoned orbs of ice he had to capture. All things considered, it was amazing he didn't break down. But hey, controlling a dimension will do that. Still, that didn't lessen the mental strain in the slightest. By the time his head touched his pillow, he was already asleep. He slept like a log for a full 15 hours until he finally woke up feeling surrounded by warmth. Opening his eyes, Naruto blushed at the scene. Kyuubi was curled to his left side with Asuna doing the same on his right while Eva lay on his chest. His blush deepened when he noticed that his left hand was in Kyuubi cleavage. Somehow, I know I won't get a positive reaction from at least Asuna if they woke up like this. Even if they were the ones that came in my bed, Naruto thought. With a sigh, he used his free hand to make a Kage Bunshin and do a Kawarimi with it. Before he left, he hinged the clone into a large teddy bear with a note attached to its ear. A while later, just as he was finishing a light warm-up, he began chuckling as he got the memories of the dispelled clone. The face of Asuna when she read the note calling them naughty girls was definitely worth it. On the other hand, Eva and Kyuubi had wide grins that unnerved him a bit. His thoughts were interrupted by Negi's sudden arrival. Hey there, Naruto. Any idea what got into the girls? Negi asked, intrigued. Yeah, as a matter of fact I do, Naruto grinned before placing a finger on Negi's forehead and transferred him the memory, note and all. Priceless, Negi snickered. So, what am I learning today? Naruto asked after they both calmed down. You'll be learning the Sagitta Magica of the darkness element, Evangeline said as she appeared before them from a shadow. Learning about darkness from the Lord of Darkness. Nice, Naruto said with a foxy smile. First of all, you must understand the mentality needed to wield darkness, Eva began. Unlike light magic that requires clarity of mind, darkness feeds on emotion, on passion. The most common emotions used are dark ones, like hate or envy, but pride or lust work just as fine. The more passionate you are about it, the stronger you get. Eva finished. I think I get it. Just one question though. What exactly is darkness? Yesterday you said that contrary to common belief, not darkness but shadow is the opposite of light. Naruto inquired. Good question. In reality, there is no universal answer, as everyone has different standards for light and dark. Eva explained. However, I can tell you this. Unlike wind that opposes stone, fire that opposes water, order that opposes chaos, or good that opposes evil, darkness is like a small black hole that sucks everything in, the beginning of chaos. She finished dramatically. That sounds kind of complicated at first, Naruto said, deep in thought before raising his head and meeting Eva's gaze. So basically, I must rely on instinct, right? Exactly, that way you can use your emotions in their most raw form, Negi said, proud of the blonde rate of progress. And the raw emotions are always the most powerful ones, since once reason kicks in they become more dull, dispassionate. Eva added. Well, let's get started. Naruto grinned. Reacting on instinct was his kind of thing anyway. From there, he began learning the darkness type Sagitta Magica. And boy, was he surprised. His control over the arrows was almost non-existent, the orbs of darkness flying chaotically around him, the magic cancel being the only thing keeping him safe from the occasional arrow in the face. When he asked Negi and Eva why he can't control them, he got a sight from the redhead. You can't actually control darkness. Doing so would cut off your instinct and thus of the power source. Rather than controlling it, you should aim to tame it. Think of it like a new pet. You can't make it do something. You can merely suggest a course of action to it. Negi tried to explain. I think I get it. Let me try again. Naruto said, deep in thought as he turned towards his target. A huge block of red crystal. Dominus de somnis Iliteritis, under Trigenitus Spiritus Obscuri, Counts Inimucum Concordant, Sagitta Magica Series Obscuri. He chanted and stared emotionlessly at his target as 29 arrows of darkness flew past him and creating holes in a perfect circle on the crystal surface. Heh! From the look on your face, I would say that you finally understood why I insisted on the crystal being red. Eva smirked. Yeah, rather than control the arrows in doing my biting, I need to fill them with emotions that represent my goal. In this case, it's destroying this wall that reminds me of that night. Naruto said darkly as the crystal repaired itself. Dominus de somnis Iliteritis, Mil Spiritus Obscuri, Counts Inimucum Concordant, Sagitta Magica Series Obscuri. He called out as the light around him faded before 1,000 arrows of darkness charged at the red crystal block, shattering it to tiny pieces that were turned to dust before they touched the ground as the dark arrows had not faded and turned to finish the job. After that, Naruto left saying he was tired, Negi still gaping at him while Eva gave him an understanding nod. That was twice as many arrows he succeeded making yesterday, Negi said, both amazed and horrified. What kind of memory was he talking about? It was one of the things the villagers did to him when he was 4, Eva said with both disgust and rage. They painted an entire wall of his apartment with his blood. But Eva, that's... Negi said, looking at her wide-eyed. Yeah, something that happened to me as well in the fist years after I became a vampire. Destiny has a cruel sense of humor, huh? The undying mage said as she began to walk towards the castle. Chapter 6. Magic, Interrogators, and Memories. A few hours after they ended the training, Eva found Naruto in the Jutsu library. He was working on the seals he found in Orochimaru's lab, and it was obvious he wasn't in a good mood. As she approached, he didn't raise his head but spoke as she opened her mouth. It's all right, Eva-chan. I don't blame you for using those memories. It's just, he said before Eva cut him off. Embarrassing? It makes you feel weak? Don't try to sweeten it up. It won't work. Trust me, she said as she took a seat beside him. I take it you're talking from experience, Naruto said as he put his arm around her shoulders. Well, you may say that a 10-year-old girl with no training whatsoever being turned into a vampire and then getting hunted down constantly is similar, Eva said with an amused smirk. Ouch, Naruto winced at the thought. Yep, ouch indeed, Eva said. That's why I'm telling you to accept that memory, and the others as well. Make them your motivation, your reason to never let that happen again to you or those you care for. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind, Naruto said and then leaned towards Eva and gave her a kiss on the cheek, making her blush. Oh, I just remembered. Did you draw your seal on a parchment like I asked you? Eva changed the subject. Yeah. Here you are, Naruto said as he picked up a scroll from the table and gave it to her. Thanks, I want to inspect it to find out all the effects the Magia Arabia will have on it. Wouldn't anything bad to happen, would we? She said as he got up and left to look for Kyubi. As he got back to his work, Naruto couldn't help but frown. He had read the entire research and knew everything about the cursed seal from design to effects. There were just two vital pieces missing: how to apply it and what triggered it. It would be a disaster to try removing it the wrong way. Could either kill the subject, activate the cursed seal, or worse, both. He particularly didn't like what was described as Stage 2. Regarding the way to apply it, there were indeed notes on the file of each test subject, but the fact that they were dead was anything but discouraging. Not one was branded as a success or failure, though. In other words, they weren't compatible with the seal. The seal was already completed. All he needed was to find what kind of genetic makeover can be integrated in. Naruto concluded. But there was nothing in the lab that could be used to apply the seal, or the substance for the seal for that matter. Which meant it was done somewhere else, and then the bodies were brought there to be examined for the level of compatibility. Naruto said as he got up and made a few clones to gather and store the research as he headed outside. He soon found the others looking over the scroll with his seal. Hey, I think it's about time I went back, he announced. Why the hurry? You still have more than 2 days left? Kyubi inquired. I need to have a last look at those test subjects to find out how exactly was their seal applied. That's one of the things missing from the research. Apparently Orochimaru didn't want all his work to fall in someone's hands at once. Naruto explained. Have fun, Asuna said grimly. Maybe you can help me with that when I come back. Naruto grinned as he disappeared while the three girls blushed. As he opened his eyes, Naruto saw that his clones were mostly done, and the one who had written the report was approaching him with 2 scrolls. As the clone dispersed, he pocketed one of the scrolls and headed for the library. When he got there, he noticed that the Kagebunshin were mostly done and they finished just a few minutes after his arrival. After sealing the storage scroll dull with the original books, Naruto headed for the room with displayed test subjects and began inspecting them closely. From what he could see, some of them had maintained the transformation granted by the curse seal even after death, but he still couldn't figure out how exactly it was applied. Still, he noticed that it wasn't necessarily on the neck like Enko. It just had to be near a major blood vessel and Tenketsu point. And yet, there were no marks left there. Either it was applied on the skin or it healed the subject either before or after it died. He stood there for over an hour, during which the other clones brought the weapon scroll which sealed in the one for the Hokage. He had just finished looking at the last test subject when he suddenly received the memories from one of his lookout clones, signaling Ibiki arrival. As he reached the entrance of the underground hideout, he saw him looking around, probably waiting for him. You're early, Naruto greeted the chief interrogator of the ANBU. Hold it right there. What is a genin doing here? This area has restricted access, Ibiki said with authority. Heh. Guess the old man didn't tell you who you should be looking for, Naruto chuckled. I was the one who found this place, disabled all the traps, and was appointed by Hokage-sama to do the primary investigation. Speaking of which, he took out the other scroll and handed it over to a gaping jounin, This is for you. It contains a map with information on every room and the overall observations next to it. He said and waited as Ibiki checked each scroll and read some of them surprised at the detailed information. Now, I believe you have something for me so I can go? Naruto raised an eyebrow in wait. Yes, Ibiki said as he handed him over a mission scroll after signing it. Congratulations on finishing your first S-rank mission. Keep in mind that the information you uncovered is classified, and you may only be allowed to discuss it with myself and Hokage-sama, unless we inform you otherwise. He added. Yeah, I know, standard procedure, Naruto said as he pocketed the mission scroll. By the way, I sealed all the weapons and research documents in a separate scroll that I will be handing over to the old man myself. Very well, you're dismissed. Ibiki nodded and headed for the nearest room just as the medical staff began to arrive. A few hours later, Naruto found himself entering the Hokage Tower and passing the secretary, ignoring her shouts completely. As he opened the door of the Hokage office, he saw Teams 7, 8, and 10 along with their sensei standing before the Sarutobi. Hey old man, am I interrupting something important? Naruto asked as he closed the door, thus shutting up the annoying secretary. Yeah, you are, Naruto Baka. Get out or I'll throw you out. Sakura screeched as she raised a fist. Get lost, dope. Sasuke spat as Kiba growled. Now, settle down. I was actually hoping you'll make it here, Naruto. How come you're so early, though? Sarutobi inquired. Ibiki was probably anxious to start and got there early. Naruto shrugged as he walked towards the desk. So, why exactly were you expecting me? These are the teams that passed and become genin. I wanted you all to know who you might be working with in the future. Sarutobi explained. You mean Team 7 passed the bell test? Naruto asked incredulously. Of course, with skills like mine, how could he fail me? Sasuke asked arrogantly. At this, Naruto began rubbing his temples in frustration. Let me guess. The council forced you to pass them, right? Naruto asked Kakashi, who had the decency to look embarrassed. But you did tell them that the test was about teamwork, right? Yeah. Apparently arrogance causes memory loss these days, Kakashi said as he glanced at a smug Sasuke. I think even the QB would feel sorry for you, Kakashi. Naruto muttered. Now, Naruto, I'm sure Kakashi will handle it, Sarutobi said. Hokage-sama, please remember the qualities and faults of your former prize students and compare them to Team 7, Naruto asked sharply. After thinking a little, Sarutobi looked at Team 7. Kiba was ogling at Hinata, Sakura was fawning over Sasuke, and the Avenger was looking like he had a particularly large stick up his ass. The old Kage couldn't help but frown. They had all the faults and almost none of the qualities. I'm beginning to feel sorry for Kakashi myself, he muttered, loud enough for only Naruto and the Jounin to hear. Since Naruto had entered, the other two teams hadn't said a word. Most of them were amused by the way Naruto was cornering Kakashi, but Ino, Shikamaru, Shino, Asuma, and Kurenai were wondering what business could Naruto have with Ibiki of all people. Anyway, now you've all met each other, you're dismissed. I need to talk with Naruto, Sarutobi said, but Sasuke didn't seem to care. I want to hear about the Dobe mission, the Uchiha said. Tough luck, you can't, Naruto said as he turned his back to him. I'm an Uchiha and I demand you to respect me, Sasuke said angrily. You could be a 10 Uchiha for all I care. This mission is classified, Naruto said. Before Sasuke could say another word, Sarutobi ran out of patience. ANBU, escort Sasuke outside and don't return until I call for you. The Hokage ordered and two black blurs came from behind him, grabbed Sasuke and dashed outside. After placing a few seals on the door, Naruto gave both his written report and the mission scroll to the old man. So, got everything you need? The Hokage inquired. Unfortunately, no. I got all the data in the hideout, but there are two vital pieces of research missing. How to apply the seal and how to trigger it. Without those, I wouldn't dare risk removing it. Naruto explained. That's troubling. Sarutobi sighed. However, Naruto began and the Hokage raised his head hopefully. I also noticed the lack of equipment necessary to apply such a seal. I'm certain that it was applied somewhere else, probably in the other lab discovered. In other words, you want to look over the documents discovered there. Sarutobi concluded and the blonde nodded. Well, I don't mind, but not many documents remain. When we discovered the lab, Orochimaru was still there, and when we tried to capture him, he used some very destructive Katan jutsu while he escaped. I do remember there was some data on the seal, but I'm not sure if it's what you need, Sarutobi explained. I'll see what I can make of it, Naruto said as the Hokage took 2 sheets of paper and began writing. Very well, here you go, permission to access those classified files, Sarutobi said as he gave him one of the sheets. Thanks. The report I gave you is just the preliminary one that you originally requested. It also has 2 containment scrolls sealed inside, containing all the research and weapons. I have my own copies of the research if I need them, so you can lock those away, Naruto said as Sarutobi looked over the report and the containment scrolls. Very impressive. Just like your father, you organized everything perfectly, Sarutobi praised before locking the scrolls in his safe. Let me finish this and you can go, Sarutobi said, and wrote a few words on the paper and placed his personal seal on it before handing it to Naruto. The blonde looked at the S-rank completion form for a few seconds before pocketing and leaving. As he exited the Hokage Tower, he saw the other genin waiting for him. All right, Dobe. Tell me what your mission was, Sasuke demanded as he strode in front of him. If you don't understand the word classified, you're dumber than I thought, Naruto sighed. Besides, you wouldn't want to get involved in one of Ibiki investigations, Shikamaru said grimly. Who's this Ibiki loser who's standing in Sasuke-kun way? Sakura demanded. He's just the head of the ANBU torture and interrogation unit. Good luck with getting information out of him, Ino said sarcastically as Sakura and some of the others went pale. So, any reason why you're all still here? Naruto asked. We're all going to eat some barbecue to celebrate becoming genin. We were waiting for you, Choji grinned. Well, what are we waiting for? I haven't had lunch yet anyway, Naruto returned the grin. A few minutes later, they were entering one of the few places that allowed Naruto. They chose a large table and sat down according to their teams. Naruto sat between teams 8 and 10, more accurately between Ino and Hinata, while Team 7 stood on the opposite side of the table. As they waited for their orders, Shikamaru decided to break the ice. So, Naruto, why didn't you show everyone your true power until now? Not that you showed your full power yet. The Nara asked. Heh, nothing gets past you, does it? Naruto asked amused. When did you figure it out? When you saw me practicing that Katan jutsu a few years back. Nah, before that, when I saw you reading a scroll in class during the history lesson. Seals aren't something academy students usually study. Though you did a pretty good job pretending they were tattoos, Shikamaru smirked. Damn. Well, as for my reason, let's just say that now that I'm a ninja, the civilian council has little to no influence over me, Naruto said as their orders arrived. Ah, the eternal power mongrels, Shikamaru groaned. Say no more, I get it. As they ate, Naruto talked a little with Ino and Hinata, who apparently got rid of some of her shyness. He had to break the tension a few times as Ino began flirting with him in a far more discreet way than she used to do with Sasuke, but her intentions were still clear for both Naruto and Hinata. So, Naruto-kun, how strong are you? Shikamaru said, you haven't shown you full power yet. Ino inquired. Well, I never really compared to anyone. I don't know about Chunin level maybe? Naruto shrugged. Ha! Like a dobe, like you could become Chunin. I could beat you no sweat, said Sasuke, who had been surprisingly quiet the whole time. It probably had something to do with being near people he considered inferior. So can I. I'll show Hinata what real strength looks like, Kiba added. Yeah, right, like you did yesterday, right, Mutt? I'm sure your diner was entertaining as well. I hear your sister likes humiliating you, Naruto smirked. How did? You told her, Kiba said angrily. Nope, she saw the whole thing. I'm surprised she didn't neuter you, though, Naruto said as Kiba became pale. You still can't beat Sasuke-kun, Sakura said. I can do more than beat him. I can tear him limb from limb, Naruto said dismissively. You're on, Sasuke said angrily as he got up. Fine with me, I wanted to try something new anyway. You'll be the first human target. After we finish eating though, I had a lot of missions this morning, and we'll do it at your team training ground. Naruto agreed. Why? Don't want to get beaten on your own turf? Kiba mocked. No, you just need permission from the Hokage to enter training ground 44. You don't mind being referee? Do you, Kakashi? Naruto asked as he looked to the left where the copy ninja stood. Nope. I'm quite curious to see this fight, Kakashi said as Naruto finished his meal. Don't get your hopes up on copying my jutsu though. I won't be using hand seals for that one, Naruto warned as he got up. On their way to Training Ground 7, they met up with Kurenai and Asuma, who decided to join them. When they got there, the spectators jumped in the nearby trees for a better view while Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke headed for the center of the clearing. Hey, Eva-chan? Naruto said mentally. What is it? She replied. Can I use something else instead of a wand when casting spells? Kind of gets in the way, Naruto asked. Sure, I recommend you use a ring. Here, I'll send you the information to you. Just force it into existence on your finger, Eva replied. After he did as instructed, Naruto found himself wearing a silver ring with his activation key on it. By the way, it's custom made for you, so you only need to chant the spell in your mind instead of out loud. It'll help you keep your secrets for a while longer, Eva added before leaving him to his fight. Ready to bow to your superiors? Sasuke smirked. I bow to no one but the Hokage. And since when are you superior to anything that walks? Naruto shot back, making the Avenger growl in anger. Begin, Kakashi called out and took his distance as Sasuke began throwing kunai at the blonde. Naruto wasn't the least worried. He simply dodged the kunai with minimum effort, barely moving at all. All the while he was calmly walking towards Sasuke and preparing his spell. Dominus de somnis Iliteritis, Novum Spiritus Fulgurales, Coyunts Inimucum Concordant, Sagitta Magica Series Fulgoris, he said mentally before he suddenly appeared behind Sasuke in a burst of speed and launched the 9 arrows of lightning at Sasuke, 2 of them in each limb and 1 in the chest. After all of them hit, Sasuke collapsed to the ground. What did you do to me, Dobe? Sasuke demanded angrily. I beat you in 1 move, obviously. You won't be able to move for a few minutes, so don't bother trying. That was no ordinary Raitun jutsu you used. You were right. I wasn't able to copy any of it. Those balls of chakra just appeared around you and then went at Sasuke, Kakashi said almost in awe. Yeah, you were awesome, Naruto-kun, Ino said as the others arrived at the scene. Never saw anything like it. Raitun chakra is usually visible in a blue color, but yours was yellow bordering white. Just like natural lightning, Asuma said impressed. Where did you learn it? Kakashi asked curiously. Sorry, that's a secret. Hokage-sama wouldn't want me to give that information so freely. But I can tell you that even if you knew how it works, it wouldn't help you perfect your original technique, Naruto told the masked ninja, making him look both surprised and little disappointed. After everyone besides Sakura and Kiba congratulated him, Naruto noticed that Sasuke was finally able to move, and he did, grabbing a kunai and throwing it at the blonde. It was too slow though, and Naruto caught it by the ring on the handle and threw it back at its owner and slightly cutting his cheek. It's already over, Uchiha. You lost. Deal with it and lose the attitude in the process. You're starting to get on my nerves more than you usually do, Naruto said coldly before Sasuke left, followed by Kiba and Sakura. Do you hate all Uchiha as a principal? Kakashi asked a little upset. No, just the ones that are left. His father was an asshole though. I guess that's where he gets it from, Naruto said with a frown. You knew Fugaku? Asuma asked surprised. Yeah, real character he was. I don't think I ever saw him pleased with anything, always complaining about who knows what. With a father like him, I sometimes even find it hard to blame Itachi, Naruto muttered. Yeah, if it wasn't for Makoto. Kurenai trailed off as she noticed the other genin looking at the four with a combination of confusion and curiosity. Well, enough of that. One thing's for sure. You're gonna have your work cut out for you with this team, at Kakashi? She asked, making him groan. Well, I got to go. See you around, Naruto said as he began to leave. Hey Naruto-kun? Ino said. Are you heading for ANBU HQ by any chance? I am actually. Why? He asked surprised. Mind if I come along? I want to tell Dad that I passed the test, Ino said as she got next to him. Sure, I don't mind. Let's go, Naruto said, and the two ran off, leaving a slightly annoyed Hinata behind. As they walked into town, Ino began flirting with Naruto again, though this time it was a little more obvious. Naruto was relieved when they arrived. It wasn't that he didn't like Ino, he just didn't want to look like a two-timer to Hinata. He just hoped the Hokage would be ready to reveal his bloodline soon. That way it wouldn't be a problem anymore. They were stopped by some of the guards, but eventually they were left through after they recognized Ino and saw the permit the Hokage gave Naruto. Hey Dad, I did it. I passed the test, Ino said happily when they entered Inoichi's office. Congratulations, Ino, the Yamanaka clan head said before looking at the other blonde. Hello Naruto, what brings you here? I heard you finished your mission a few hours ago. I got another one related to it. I need to look at some files that were classified several years ago and that the Hokage said were here, Naruto said as he showed his permit. As he looked over the paper, Inoichi's eyes bulged. Naruto, this is a permanent permit for all our archives. Why in the world would the Hokage give you something like this? He asked. Guess he really wants me to get all the information I need for this mission, Naruto shrugged. I'll ask him later. All right, I know a few things about you, your previous mission, so let me show you where those files are, Inoichi said as he got up and led the two towards the archives. As they arrived, the Yamanaka pointed towards a large bookcase, full of scrolls and books. The bookcase had a label with a white snake on it. You've got to be kidding me, Naruto groaned. The old man said that most of the documents were destroyed when he deserted. They were. This is just what was left. You can imagine how much data was lost, Inoichi said, amused. Please tell me I'm allowed to use Kage Bunshin in here, Naruto almost begged. You're lucky, that's the only one that is allowed. The others are too messy. Inoichi grinned as the blonde genin sighed in relief. But you aren't allowed to take the documents out of this room. It's all right. I'll be done in 5 minutes max, Naruto said confidently as he approached the bookcase. Kyubi-chan, can you copy this bookcase like you did with the weapons? Naruto asked mentally. Sure, no problem. Make sure you have your eyes closed though. Wouldn't want someone to notice, she replied when the bookcase was within arm's length. He closed his eyes and switched with Kyubi, who immediately made a few Kage Bunshin. All of them then placing the right arm on the bookcase and covered it entirely with a colorless transparent chakra. It was over in less than 2 minutes and Naruto switched back. Well, I have everything I need, Naruto said as he turned towards the two stunned Yamanakas. Did you just read the whole bookcase? Ino asked in awe. No, I just made a copy of all the documents and placed them inside my mindscape, Naruto explained. You can access your mindscape? Inoichi asked, impressed. Yep. Did some redecorating lately as well. Naruto grinned. Can I have a look? Ino asked. Ino, I don't think that's such a good idea. The last person that tried to enter his mind got his brain fried, Inoichi warned. Actually, his soul shattered, Naruto corrected. Okay, the point is it's dangerous. Right, Naruto? The clan head asked. What do you think? Should I let her? Naruto asked his tenants. Sure, I just finished putting a mountain on the cage. Just don't bring her inside the castle. Wouldn't want her to see how many hot girls you have in your head. QB teased. Not really, that guy forced his way in. I can let her have a brief look safely. Naruto shrugged. Are you sure? Inoichi raised an eyebrow. Well, Hokage-sama is fine, and he did have a look 2 days ago, Naruto said. Oh, then I don't see the problem. Mind if I have a look too? The Yamanaka calmed down. Sure, Naruto said and placed his hands on their foreheads as they closed their eyes. When the two Yamanakas opened their eyes, they found themselves on a grassy plain. Behind them was a large tropical forest. To their left was a cliff overlooking a sea. And before them stood the largest and most complex castle they have ever seen or heard of. Oh, my God, Ino said as her father nodded in agreement. I can make anything I want in here as long as I know enough about the item, Naruto said as the field before them was covered in red roses. Wow! Ino exclaimed and went closer to the flowers. Hey, I don't want to intrude or anything, but shouldn't something else be here? Or rather someone, Inoichi whispered to Naruto. In response, the blonde genin motioned towards the newly added mountain and said only one word, redecorations, at which Inoichi nodded in understanding. Well, I think it's time to go, Ino, he called out, and the girl returned to his side. Too bad, they're just thoughts, Ino said, a little saddened before they returned outside. Well, I have a lot of reading to do, Naruto excused himself from Inoichi. I should be going as well, Ino said as she followed Naruto outside. Thanks for letting us have a look at your mindscape, Ino said, as they reached the Yamanaka flower shop before giving him a kiss on the cheek. You're welcome. Here, keep this as a souvenir, Naruto said as a rose like those in his mindscape suddenly appeared in his hand before he gave it to the wide-eyed girl. Ino took the flower carefully and couldn't help but blush a little as she looked at it. But when she raised her head to thank him, he was already gone. Wow, he's fast, she whispered before looking back at the rose and blushing again. Meanwhile, Naruto was entering the Hokage Tower yet again. Walking past the annoying secretary, he entered the Hokage office and saw Sarutobi relaxing on the sofa, while two Kage Bunshin were doing the paperwork. Hey, old man, I think you gave me a permanent permit by mistake, Naruto said as he closed the door. Not at all. You're one of the few people in the village that have so many details on Orochimaru experiments. Considering the incident with Mizuki, it's very possible that Orochimaru will make his move towards Konoha in the near future. And as QB vessel, you would be one of his primary targets, just like me. Though in your case, he would probably attempt capture instead of assassination. Sarutobi explained. Gee, thanks for the good news. The blonde grimaced before he excused himself and left. As he arrived at his training ground, he made a few Kage Bunshin to keep watch while he sat down and entered his mindscape straight into the Jutsu library. Without further ado, he made 500 Kage Bunshin, and they all began reading from the newly added bookcase. That was how Negi found him 6 hours later as he dispelled the last 10 clones while meditating. How did it go? Found what you need? Negi asked curiously before he noticed that Naruto was a little green. Are you alright? He added, worried. I'll be fine. I just found out what is put inside the seal, Naruto said as the girls arrived. Oh? What would that be? Eva asked curiously. A crystallized fragment of Orochimaru's soul. In each and every cursed seal he ever made, Naruto said with disgust. But he made hundreds. If that were the case, he would barely have any soul left, Eva said, scandalized. Yes, it would be small enough to jump to another body and then devour their soul if his willpower is stronger than the victim, Naruto said grimly. Not to mention the influence he would have over the ones marked with the seal. Even the most powerful shinobi would at least be weakened, QB reasoned. Well, at least I found that he puts the ink for the seal on his canines and bites the victim where he wants the seal to appear, Naruto sighed. Knowing this, I can remove the soul fragment and stop the seal from triggering when Orochimaru is close or when the bearer is angry. It won't remove the seal, but it won't as many side effects when activating, he explained. What were the drawbacks? Asuna asked. It puts a huge strain on the user body. Furthermore, the more it's used, the more easily influenced the user becomes. It also corrupts the chakra system. Naruto explained. With the soul fragment removed, it would be rather easy to put something else in its place. Negi said thoughtfully. Like a spell to augment the user with elemental characteristics? Naruto grinned. I was thinking about the same thing. I had a clone read about the Magia Arabia about 3 hours ago, and I'm sure that I can permanently store a spell. And the level of augmentation would solely depend on how much power is fed to the seal. All I have to do is merge the spell with the seal using a variation of the Unisonant spell and set an activation phrase. Naruto explained. Heh, you seem to have the same drive as Negi when it comes to creating new dangerous techniques. Asuna said. Yep, he's a dark mage in the making, alright, Kyubi grinned. Well then, I suggest you head home and rest. Tomorrow we'll move on to more difficult spells. Only after mastering a few A-rank spells will you be able to use the Magia Arabia safely, as well as the Unisonant technique. Eva said with an anxious grin. Chapter 7. Results and Revelations. It had been a week since he had figured out how to remove the cursed seal, and his life had been hell. He was still beating himself for the sheer stupidity he displayed by telling the 2 slave drivers, Evangeline and Kyubi, that he can simply will his physical exhaustion and wounds to disappear. The fact that they disregarded the mental exhaustion didn't help at all. He had originally planned to get about 2 months' worth of training in that week. Instead, he got 4 months' worth, training day and night, to the point that he had to put sleeping drugs in the 2's drinks when he wanted to take a break. In such a break, we find him with a plate full of dango when an ANBU appears behind him. Uzumaki-san, you are required in the Hokage office immediately. I will escort you there, he said. What's the rush? Naruto asked as he got up and was about to eat the remaining dango quickly when the answer came and his heart nearly stopped. Mitarashi Anko has returned from her mission, the ANBU said, slightly trembling. Oh fuck, I better bring a peace offering, Naruto said as he picked up the dango and then got transported with a shunshin before a sweating Sarutobi and a pissed of Anko, before the ANBU left the 3 alone. Dango? Naruto tried holding a stick for Anko to take. You're so dead, Anko said before stuffing the whole thing in her mouth. So, why did you summon me, Aji-san? Naruto asked with a slight shiver in his voice. He has just finished telling me what happened on your second day in Area 44, and merely an hour after I left on a mission that apparently only I could have handled, Anko said as she approached him. Indeed a weird coincidence. Heh, you're not buying this, huh? Naruto sighed. No chance in hell, Anko said as she took another step, and Naruto sighed again. Have a seat please, the blonde said before he activated the security seals and sat down on the couch. Anko glared at him before taking a seat next to him. Did Hokage-sama tell you what that hideout was used for? He asked. No, he just told me it was Orochimaru, she replied with a hint of curiosity. It was entirely dedicated to cursed seals, Naruto said, making her eyes widen. I personally suggested to Hokage-sama to keep you away from it. He continued and noticed the betrayed and angry look on her face before adding, we trust you, don't misunderstand that, but there could have been something in there that could trigger your seal. That and the fact that you're not the type that simply bows and do as told. He snickered. Well, to be honest, I simply didn't want you to see those horrors and start thinking that it could have been you, Naruto said softly, making Anko sight in resignation. Alright, I get it, she said. Also, I wanted to give you some good news when you got back, Naruto added with a grin at which both Anko and Sarutobi heads snapped towards him. You mean you can remove it? Sarutobi said hopefully. That and better. You see, I found out the link it has to Orochimaru, he grinned. Link? Anko said with her mouth suddenly dry. Yes. Each and every seal contains a fragment of his soul. Naruto said, and then added quickly to their horrified looks. I can easily remove it and even put something better in its place. Hold on. How and why are soul fragments in the seals? Sarutobi asked, confused. How did Orochimaru fragment his soul? To fragment one soul is quite easy. In fact, there probably isn't a ninja above Genin that hasn't done it, unconsciously Naruto said in a sad voice. How? Anko asked, but it was Sarutobi that gave the answer. By killing, am I right, Naruto? The old Kage asked quietly. Yes. However, over time the fragment may reattach if the mentality is good. As in? Anko inquired. For starters, you must not be a murdering lunatic, Naruto deadpanned. The reason you killed and regretting it also counts. I see. How did he put it in the seal then? Sarutobi asked. Well, there are several requirements for that. The hardest to fulfill is having a very dense chakra and very vast reserves of it. Naruto began. You also need Kage-level chakra control and a very strong willpower. And to actually put the soul fragment in the seal. Well, when Orochimaru gives someone a cursed seal, he bites them to inject the enzyme, and at the same time he puts the soul fragment into the seal using his chakra. Yes, physical contact would certainly be required, Sarutobi said, thoughtful. Final question, why? Anko asked with dread. Several reasons, actually, Naruto said with a frown. For starters, the soul fragment attempts to corrupt the host and make it trust Orochimaru more than they would normally do. It then corrupts the chakra system, limiting the amount of chakra that can be used without activating the seal. Also, it activates the seal when the host is experiencing powerful dark emotions. Naruto added as he got up and went to the window. Anything else? Sarutobi inquired. Oh yes, 3 more purposes. It can weaken the host on Orochimaru command if he's close enough. It occasionally causes pain to the user until the seal is advanced to level 2. Naruto trailed off. Level 2? Anko asked. Yes, your seal is thankfully just level 1 and it covers your body like tattoos when active. The level 2 seal covers the body entirely and causes physical transformations. Long story short, it makes you look like some grotesque monster. Naruto explained and noticed Anko shiver in disgust. The hideout had hundreds on display if you really want to know, he added and got a firm no. So what's the final purpose of the seal? Sarutobi asked. As I'm sure you both know, Orochimaru is obsessed by the concept of immortality. Naruto began with a sight. By constantly removing pieces of his soul, the part that remains in his body is very small. Small enough to slip into someone else's body and attempt to take over, to be more precise. Naruto sighed. You mean he can take over someone's body like a Yamanaka? Anko asked. Yes, but it's permanent and more like a leech than anything. You see, he devours the soul of his new host, Naruto explained. You mean to tell me that he can take over anyone's body? Sarutobi asked, now more pale than ever. Theoretically, yes, practically, no. If his willpower isn't strong enough, Orochimaru himself would get devoured. That's where the cursed seal comes into the picture. Naruto said. Not only does it weaken the bearer, but it makes the merger much more easier since there is a piece of Orochimaru soul there to begin with. Then why didn't take over Anko when she survived the seal? Sarutobi asked, confused. I'm pretty sure that he would prefer someone who has a bloodline, Naruto reasoned. Besides, at the time Anko was just a little girl. Wouldn't a younger body be preferable? Sarutobi asked. It would, but I heard that Orochimaru is more into little boys. Naruto snickered, soon followed by the other two. Tell me, Naruto, what did you mean by replacing the soul fragment? Sarutobi inquired. Well, you first need to understand the abilities granted by the seal. Naruto began. When the seal covers the body, it increases the effectively of most jutsu by increasing the chakra flow through the coils. Yeah, but it hurts like a bitch and eats a lot of chakra. Anko grimaced. No, the seal isn't the cause of that. The soul fragment is. It eats your chakra in order to grow stronger and damages your chakra coils in the process. Naruto explained. What do you intend to replace it with? A soul fragment from someone else? Sarutobi asked. Hell no. As far as I know, the punishment for removing fragments of your soul is eternal torment. No, I was actually thinking about giving you a special attack that you could use with the seal active. More like an ability than an attack, actually. Naruto told a now intrigued Anko. Ability? Like a bloodline? Sarutobi perked up. Well, it is similar to an elemental bloodline, but it's not genetic, it depends on the seal, so it can't be passed on. At least I don't think it can. Naruto explained. So, it will make me breath fire or something? Anko asked, now giddy at the perspective of a new toy. Nope, the one I had in mind is a little more rare than that. Naruto grinned. Well, Sarutobi urged him to continue. The ability to control the element of shadow. Naruto grinned. You mean like the Nara clan? Anko said, a little disappointed. No, they simply can control shadows around them. What I'm talking about is much more potent. Naruto shook his head. More potent than the Naras? Sarutobi asked, intrigued. Like I said, the Nara clan simply controls shadows. I'm talking about the ability to not only control, but also create shadows and physical objects out of them. Naruto explained. Create shadows from nothing but chakra? Is that even possible? Sarutobi asked in awe. Instead of responding, Naruto reached behind himself with his right hand. Anko was about to ask him what he was doing when streams of shadow emerged from his right hand and went straight at her and tied her up, with a particularly sharp blade made of shadow at her neck. I'll take that as a yes. Sarutobi deadpanned. Tell me, Naruto, how can you use it? You don't have a cursed seal, do you? He added with concern as the shadows retreated. No. In reality, it's a technique used long ago. The Nara clan is probably descendant of some people that used shadows so much that they gained a bloodline for it over time through unknown circumstances. Naruto explained. Wow, that blade was really sharp. What else can it do? Anko asked, excited. Well, in your case, because of the seal, you'll gain an armor of shadow when you activate the seal. At some point, you should be able to create shadow puppets. You can even make clothing for yourself from shadows, but you need a lot of concentration to maintain any of them. Naruto said. When can you do the procedure? Sarutobi asked with a wide grin. Hold on a sec. He's doing the procedure? What does he know about seals? Anko asked in shock. I thought you'll be doing it. Naruto knows as much, if not more, as I do. He took care of the trap seals that were all over the hideout like they were nothing, if you want proof. Sarutobi calmed her down. Besides, only I can give you the power of element of shadow. You'll be the only person except me to have access to those ancient powers. Naruto explained. And what do you want in return? I kind of doubt that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart. Anko asked. Well, believe it or not, I actually am. Naruto chuckled. All I ask of you is to practice these abilities in secret, preferably in Area 44, and keep me up to date with your progress. Why? Why are you doing this? Anko asked in a calmer voice. Well, while I also have a seal that has screwed up my life, the one I have actually brings some benefits that compensate a little. I simply want to give you the same chance. Naruto sighed. I accept, Anko said with a determination that wasn't there before. When will you do the procedure? Sarutobi asked with a smile. Well, I have all I need, and tonight there is a new moon. Best conditions for the element of shadow. Naruto smiled. Any particular location for it? I could arrange. Sarutobi began. The tower in Area 44 would be perfect. Naruto cut him off. It's usually unguarded unless it's during the Chunin exam or ANBU survival training. Very well. I want to be there when it happens, and I'll bring Ibiki as well. Is that all right? Sarutobi asked. As long as you authorize them, I have no complaints. Naruto shrugged. But Anko might. he added with a chuckle. I would. Anko raised an eyebrow. Why? Your upper body will have to be completely naked. Naruto snickered. The seal that I'll draw on you will be mostly on your back, but some of it will reach the front as well, he explained. Normally, Anko could flash her assets to the entire village and not care. But for some unknown reason, she couldn't help but blush at the thought that she'll be nearly naked before the mysterious blonde. Just add Kurenai to the group as well, she finally said. I don't want to be the only girl there if I can help it, she added mentally. Very well. At what hour will you begin? Sarutobi asked amused. We'll start at 11 and finish at the stroke of midnight. An hour will be enough, Naruto said. Very well then, I'll see you two tonight. Sarutobi dismissed them. As they were exiting the Hokage Tower, Anko spoke up. Are you hungry? I mean, I did eat your lunch. She smiled sheepishly. Sure, but after that I gotta go prepare. It will take a while. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Okay. Anko grinned and led him to the dango shop. After they placed their order, Anko turned to him with an apologetic look on her face. Sorry about blowing up on you earlier. I was just... She began. Pissed off beyond belief? Don't worry about it, I saw it coming. Probably deserved it too, Naruto nodded in understanding. Still, just where did you learn Fuinjutsu at that level? Not to mention all the other stuff, Anko asked curiously. Aji-san let me learn Fuinjutsu from his library since I wore 5. As for the other stuff, well, that is... Naruto trailed off. That is... Anko leaned towards him to hear better. A secret. Naruto grinned, making Anko face fault. Should have seen it coming. Anko mumbled as she got up. Well, maybe I'll tell you sometime in the future. Not today though. Naruto shrugged. After they ate, they split up, Naruto heading straight for the tower in the Forest of Death. Getting to the top, he made a few Kagebunshin to stand guard and then sat down in meditation, entering his mindscape. As he appeared in his room, he was relieved when his senses confirmed that Eva and Kyubi were still asleep outside, where he left them. As he arrived next to them, he couldn't help but blush when he saw what position they took in their sleep. Through means unknown to him, both of Eva's hands were in Kyubi cleavage while the redhead right hand was under the vampire's skirt. He was in the process of wiping his bleeding nose when Asuna arrived. What the hell are you doing, you pervert? She demanded, blushing as well. Hey, I just got here. Naruto defended as he took a step back. Fortunately for him, Kyubi brought attention to herself as Eva moved her hands a little. Naruto-kun, Kyubi moaned. Can you wake them up please? Naruto asked Asuna as he tried to stop a torrent of blood from leaving his nose. Sure. Asuna's sweat dropped and approached the two entangled girls. With a flick to the forehand from the magic canceller, the effects of the sleeping potion wore off and the girls awoke. Morning sleepyheads, Naruto grinned as the two quickly put some distance between each other, both their faces red. What's up, Naruto? Negi asked as he arrived at the scene. Anko's back. We're dealing with her seal tonight, since it's a new moon, Naruto said. Good for her, Eva yawned. Let's set up the ritual requirements then, Kyubi said as she got up. A few minutes later, they were standing before two large carved ritual circles, similar to Paccio circles, both of the six-cornered stars having empty glass orbs in their 6 corners, and only one of the circles had an orb in its middle. Well, we're done here. After you bring this stuff outside, it's all up to you. Are you up for it? Eva asked with a fanged grin. Actus Noctis Arabi, Naruto called out and was enveloped by darkness, his colors switching to black and white, only reversed from one would expect. His skin became pitch black while his black outfit became snow white. His golden blonde hair turned black as did the white of his eyes. His blue iris, however, became white with a 7-cornered golden star. All over his body, white tattoos swirled, the lines converging at the outer edge of the seal on his abdomen. Heh, I still don't know how you got that star in your eyes. Normally, you should be completely black and white. Eva shook her head. Maybe it has something to do with the seal. Asuna shrugged. No, the star should have 8 corners if it was because of the seal or 9 if it was because of me. Kyubi said. Well, I think it's because me and Asuna. A 7-cornered star is part of the original Vesperacia royal crest. It may have something to do with the fact that he has both of our abilities. He can both destroy as well as create. Negi explained his theory. Well, that's the most likely theory we have at the moment. Naruto shrugged as he got back to normal and went back outside to clean up a large enough area. Several hours later, he was awakened from his nap when one of his clones dispelled, alerting him of the arrival of his guests. Are you ready, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi inquired as the group reached the top of the tower. Yep, have a seat so I can explain the procedure. The blonde motioned to the bench at their right. After they sat down, Naruto began explaining the process. Well, for starters, Anko-san will have to take some of these painkillers and remove the clothing on her upper body. He began and handed Anko a bottle. Why does she need painkillers? Kurenai inquired, giving him a distrustful glare. In order to fully remove the parasite, the cursed seal must be fully active. Those pills will not only negate the pain, but also show how far the corruption has gotten, helping me in drawing the sealing array. Naruto explained. After drawing the seals, I'll have to bite you and pour some dense energy into the seal, just like Orochimaru did when he gave it to you. Then I'll remove the parasite and then we'll move on to putting something else in its place. He finished. All right, let's get this show going. Anko got up and in a few seconds she was topless. Anko, are you sure about this? Kurenai asked, stopping her from taking the drug. As ready as I'll ever be, Anko said seriously. I need you to lay on your belly over here before you swallow that, Naruto called out, pointing to a space next to him. After she did so, she swallowed and the cursed seal activated, and Anko said surprised. I actually can't feel it. Told ya, Naruto said as he drew a seal around the purple glow that was coming from her neck. After he drew the seal, he took a few steps back and placed his palms on the ground. Almost immediately, a complicated carved circle appeared around Anko, her neck being near the center. A few seconds later, 6 empty glass orbs appeared on the circle, the 7th right in the dead center of it, next to Anko's neck. He then waved his hands, the orbs on the 6 corners being filled by fire, light, wind, water, shadow and earth in that exact order. As he walked next to Anko, Naruto bit his finger and allowed only 3 drops of blood to fall. The first drop fell on the carved circle. It suddenly began to flow through the carving, increasing its quantity as it flowed and eventually filled the entire carved ritual circle. The second drop fell on the source of the purple glow on Anko's neck, making the seals he drew glow red. The third and final drop fell on the empty orb and went straight through the glass, stopping in the center and turning pitch black. In fact, it was so dark that it seemed to absorb the light around it. When the 3 transformations were finished, he leaned over to Anko's neck as his canines lengthened. This is it, he whispered before he bit her where Orochimaru did long ago. He slowly pushed some of Kyubi, Yuki through his elongated fangs until the seal he drew began to move. He then drew his teeth away from Anko's neck and jumped out of the circle as he made a ram hand sign as the blood-filled circle began to glow. The seal gathered the purple glow in one point and was then touched by chains coming from the 6 orbs around, each chain made of the element inside the orb. The other ends of the chains detached themselves from their respective orbs and converged in the 7th orb that began floating and dragging the chains inside it. With them it ripped the red seal along with the purple glow it now held, and dragged it inside. When it was done, the bloody circle and the 6 now empty orbs disappeared, leaving behind a slowly falling glass orb that Naruto caught. Inside was a white-scaled snake with purple-rimed yellow slit eyes. Unhand me, you foolish child, or I will kill you slowly. The snake hissed angry. Naruto, is that what I think it is? Sarutobi asked as he and the other two spectators approached. Oh yeah, I gave that soul fragment a body using my blood. I mean, why bother investigating what he did before he deserted, when this bugger has all of Orochimaru memories to the day he gave Anko the seal? Naruto grinned. I will tell you nothing, the snake spat. Really now? Naruto asked, and the orb began to shrink while the snake stayed the same size. Did I mention that this glass orb is indestructible? Or that it can get hot quite easily? Naruto asked sadistically. Bah! Why should I tell you anything? I'll take my secrets to the grave, the snake declared. Not until Orochimaru does, you won't. Your soul is bound to this prison and my blood gave you a high healing rate. Face it. Unless you betray your original self, you're in for eternal torment. And no, even if I die, you won't be able to escape. Naruto finished and grinned when Anko took the orb in one hand and a lighter in another. Don't rush with that info. I want to have some payback first. Mwahahaha, Anko declared as she began cooking the snake. Gah! You'll pay for that, you foolish girl. I'm going to splash. The snake was silenced when the orb was reduced to the size of an egg. All right, we'll leave the fun for later. And if he goes insane, we'll hand him over to Inoichi to dissect his mind. Oh, by the way, he doesn't need to eat or drink, Naruto said as he returned the orb to the original size, and Anko gave it to Sarutobi just as the snake began to heal. Naruto created another carved circle and motioned Anko to stand in the middle of it as 6 orbs with the basic elements in them appeared. Don't take any more painkillers, you need to feel this, Naruto said as Anko reached for her pocket. Will there be any pain? Kurenai asked, her doubts long gone. No, but she will be feeling something, Naruto said with a smirk. And that will be? Anko asked, unnerved by the look on his face. You're about to find out. I'm certain you'll enjoy it, Naruto said as he looked upwards and frowned. Is something wrong, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked, a little worried. That cloud is in the way. I need the new moon uncovered, the blonde replied. Why don't you clear the sky yourself? The now intact snake hissed with sarcasm. I intend to, Naruto said to everyone's shock. Dominus de somnis Teritis, mil spiritus obscuri, coiunce inimucum concordant, Sagitta magica series obscuri, he chanted mentally. The others were shocked when orbs of darkness began to appear all around and above Naruto. Their shock turned to fear and awe, however, when the orbs suddenly headed towards the offending cloud, forming a miniature tornado in the process, and struck it in the center before it began to devour it until there was nothing left but the clear night sky. Okay, now let's get back to work, Naruto said, like what he did was hardly worth mentioning. The others would have probably said something, but they had to pick up their jaws first, so they settled with awestruck nods. Naruto filled the circle with blood like before, but this time the 6 orbs began to levitate and the chains wrapped around Naruto's right arm as a massive shadow appeared in his right hand, while his left hand was enveloped by a soft glow. He placed his left palm on the middle of Anko, back, and allowed the glow to envelope her entire body. The moment that happened, Anko fell to her knees and Naruto had to do the same to maintain the connection. Are you all right, Anko? Does it hurt? Kurenai asked, worried. Hell no. Feels so good. Anko practically purred the last part with huge blush on her face. Naruto then held the shadow in his right hand on her neck and said one word. Yuna Zenent. The shadow, the chains and the glow were suddenly sucked into Anko's neck as the cursed seal retracted to the same spot. All that remained were the 3 original tomo and the kanji for shadow in the center. A few moments later the circle and the 6 orbs disappeared, leaving a gasping Anko and a pleased Naruto behind. Chapter 8. Girls and Dates. As he woke up groggy the morning after he took care of Anko's cursed heaven seal, now called Shadow Heaven Seal, he couldn't help but grin at the satisfaction that came with that exhaustion. Mere moments after the ritual was completed, Several Route A and BU had arrived at the scene and attempted to either capture or eliminate the passed-out Anko. He wasn't sure which they were attempting because they didn't get within 10 feet from her, since they suddenly found their heads detached when Sarutobi and Ibiki appeared in front of them. Apparently, the old Warhawk Danzo had noticed their attempts and it didn't sit well with his plans. A few minutes later, as they were searching the bodies of the assailants, several Ninja Council members arrived at the scene. They said that something huge emerged from the forest, so they came to investigate. The Hokage presence, however, came as a surprise. Since they all saw Anko New Seal and the White Snake, Sarutobi had to give on keeping it secret from them and called for a meeting for the ninja part of the council only. Hamura and Koharu, the two advisors and Sarutobi's former teammates, had demanded to be present as well and had to be literally kicked out when denied. To say that the council members were surprised that not only they were rid of the security risk from Anko, but also gained a valuable source of information in the form of the snake. The fact that it couldn't die, nor retaliate or escape brought evil grins on their faces, making the reptile sweat bullets. However, they weren't told exactly how or by whom the two rituals were performed and explained Naruto presence at the scene through the need of Yuki. However, when they were told about the power of the new seal, Hyuga Hayashi demanded Anko execution on the excuse that her shadow powers would be an insult to the Nara. But the argument ended when Nara Shikaku declared that only the offended party may place a request, and he obviously didn't care. When the discussion finally reached what came out of the forest, all eyes turned to Naruto. At that point, Hayashi had once again demanded an execution for the safety of the village, but the amount of killing intent leaking of Sarutobi had made him shut up real quick. "What the hell is that asshole's problem?" Naruto mumbled with a frown as he got out of bed. "Isn't it obvious? Like all the other idiots in the village, he blames you for every bad thing that happens. In his case, Kyubi trailed off. Hisana death." Naruto sighed. "How can these people be so stupid? I mean, she died giving birth outside the village. You never gone past the village walls, not to mention on that day," Asuna asked in exasperation. "That's what the ninja system is like, a chain of hatred. But it has its good sides too." Naruto shrugged. "Yeah, like the girls in good shape, right?" Asuna teased. True, but from what I can tell, Kunoichi aren't the only ones in good shape," Naruto said with a wide grin that almost split his face when he sensed the embarrassment of his three female tenants. "Well, if you four are finished with the sexual harassment, how about you go enjoy your day off, Naruto? The Hokage did forbid you to do any missions today, after all." Negi intervened. "And if we aren't?" Kyubi asked seductively. "Get a room," was Negi's reply, followed by a long silence that was broken by three trumps. "Negi," Naruto began. "Yes," Negi said, a little scared. "You make me proud," Naruto said, whipping a tear. After he was ready, he decided to relax for a while on top of the Hokage monument. As he walked through the village, he noticed that most of the looks the civilians were giving him were not the usual hateful ones. This time they were accompanied by fear, all of them avoiding his gaze. By the time he reached the top of the mountain, there was only one word echoing in his head: "Why?" When he got near his favorite spot on top of the Yandame's head, he noticed three others already there. As he approached them, he recognized them as Team 10, the second generation of the Inoshikacho trio. "Hey, what's up? Cloud watching again?" Naruto asked. "Nah, that's not possible today. There haven't been any clouds around Konoha since midnight, I hear. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would ya, Naruto?" Shikamaru asked with a raised eyebrow at the whisked blonde. "Maybe, but where did you hear about that? Come on, spill," Naruto said with a frown. "There's a rumor around town that you did something to get rid of all the clouds last night. Is it true, Naruto-kun?" Ino inquired. Yeah, but who's spreading this rumor anyway? I mean, only 4 other people were close enough to see me. Unless..." He trailed off and frowned. "These was someone else hidden," Choji suggested. "Maybe." Naruto shrugged while thinking, "No, I would have sensed." Most likely, those Root and Bu managed to report their findings before they were dealt with. I need to tell the old man about it. Thought I seriously doubt they'll call for a council meeting today. He thought before sending a Kagebunshin to the Hokage. Anyway, why are you guys here then? Naruto asked to distract them from the clone. We met with Asuma-sensei here a little earlier and he gave us the day off. Ino said. I think he said he wanted to test the waters again. Choji shrugged. This guy never learns, Naruto cited. You probably won't see him tomorrow unless you visit the hospital. Why? Shikamaru inquired. He's going to ask Kurenai out. Again. Naruto sighed. Figures. Like father, like son. Shikamaru sighed as well. Father? Choji asked. The Sandame. Naruto replied. Some example he's giving. Ino mumbled before looking at Naruto shyly. Naruto-kun? Do you have anything scheduled today? Nope, I'm free today. Do you need my help with something? He asked. Yeah, the shop is receiving some stuff today, and my parents are away. I could really use some help with moving it. Ino asked, hopefully using the puppy eyes. Sure. When will it arrive? He asked. Oh, it should be there at 9. Ino said, looking at her watch and freezing. And that was a minute ago. I need to hurry. She said, scared, and turned to leave. Before she took 10 steps, however, she was picked up bridal style by Naruto, making her squeal and blush, before he began running so fast that she was almost glued to his chest. By the time they arrived in front of the flower shop, only 2 minutes had passed. But Naruto didn't look tired at all. Ino, on the other hand, was flushed and out of breath from the ride. Well, she was mostly flushed because she had the chance to check how much were Naruto chest muscles developed. Thanks? She stuttered as she slowly got off him. No problem, he replied with a smile. When the merchandise arrived a few minutes later, their apology was waved off by Ino, and the two ninja were soon left alone with a few dozen large crates. Naruto had to admit that those crates were too heavy for Ino to carry alone. Even he had to release a few gravity seals to lift them easily. Also, it took 3 Mizubunshin to lift one, while 2 were helping Ino. It took them the better of an hour to put them all into the storage room, and at the end Ino was barely breathing while Naruto hasn't even broken a sweat. Ino-chan, you look like you've ran around the whole fire country, Naruto said, mildly amused as she collapsed in a chair. What a coincidence. That's exactly how I feel, she replied, trying and failing to calm her breathing. Stand still for a sec, Naruto said as his right hand began to glow like it did in the classroom over a week ago. However, unlike before when his touch healed the wound on her cheek, this time the glow spread over her entire body as soon as his hand touched her chest. The feeling Ino got was similar to before, only it seemed 100 times more powerful, actually making her moan. It only lasted 10 seconds, but her entire body was now relaxed, though her breathing was now uneasy for different reasons. Naruto-kun, can you wait for me for 10 minutes? Ino asked after she calmed her breathing. Sure. Why though? Naruto asked. I want to treat you to lunch for helping me, if that's all right with you, but I really need to take a bath first, she said, embarrassed. Okay, take your time. Naruto nodded and headed outside to get some fresh air. Before he closed the door, he added seductively, let me know if you want me to wash your back, leaving a bright red Ino inside. A few minutes later, Ino came outside in some rather revealing casual clothes and gave Naruto a seductive smile. All right, Naruto-kun, what would you like to eat for lunch? Ino asked as they walked towards the commercial district. I'll leave that decision in your capable hands, Ino-chan, he replied. How about some ramen? I haven't eaten some in a while and I know you like it, she suggested. Sure. Not that you mention it, I haven't ate any all week, Naruto agreed. How did that happen? Ino asked, surprised. Intense training. As much as I like ramen, I need to eat some other kinds of food for nourishment, Naruto replied with a sigh. As they arrived at Ichiraku, They were greeted by Ayam with a sly grin. She even gave Ino a wink that Naruto deliberately ignored. As they ate, they chatted a little about their physical training, Ino actually gaping at what he called a light training exercise. She even missed her mouth a few times with the ramen. Be careful when you're eating, Ino-chan. Naruto chuckled as he took a noodle stuck to Ino's cheek and eating it, at which Ino's head seemed to release steam from embarrassment. That was an indirect kiss. Ino thought. Naruto-kun? Do you know what you're doing? Kyubi asked her host. I know exactly what I'm doing, the blonde replied with a mental grin. And I used to call Negi a player, Asuna said amused. Go Blondie, Eva chuckled. As they finished their meal, Naruto remembered an appointment he had at the hospital along with the Hokage. It's been a pleasure, Ino-chan, he said as they got up to leave. Same here, Naruto-kun, Ino said. She then hesitated a second before giving him a kiss on the cheek before she ran off. He score, Naruto thought before heading for the hospital. When he got there, the nurses attempted to kick him out before they began chalking from the amount of killing intent he was releasing only on them. Said amount doubled when Sarutobi and the hospital head arrived. What is the meaning of this? Sarutobi asked the nurses dangerously. We thought he was attacking the hospital. One of them pointed accusatory at Naruto, making him glare harder. I suppose they got the idea from all the damage I was doing here, Naruto said sarcastically, motioning to the surroundings that didn't have a scratch. Clearly, Sarutobi said coldly. You have till the end of the day to gather your personal items and leave. You don't qualify as medical staff. He added, making them pale. Another glare silenced any and all protests. The three ninja then silently walked to the third floor and stopped before a room with two ANBU guards. At the Hokage nod, they stepped aside and allowed the group to enter. The sight that greeted them was an unusual one. While the single bed was occupied by a sleeping Anko and had two more ANBU guards, the window on the other side of the room had a pile of root ANBU under it, the one on top still smoking. It seems that your Rai Fujin seals work perfectly, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi grinned. Hi, Hokage-sama, they will be paralyzed for at least another 24 hours. One of the ANBU said. Good. I'll make sure to destroy them before we leave. After all, this version cannot be reused even if one peels it off. Wouldn't want them in the wrong hands, would we? Naruto said as he approached the bed. Indeed. Sarutobi nodded before turning to one of the ANBU. Has there been any developments in Anko state? Yes, the seal activated during each attack and her entire body was covered in some black substance. It almost looked like a full body armor, but some tendrils sprouted and rejected the few small pieces of debris resulted from a kunai that had an explosive note on it. The guard reported. Good. You see, it relies on her ability to sense killer intent and attacks. It will defend the user from threats even in her sleep. To be honest, I based it on the Sandaime Kazekage's iron sand. Naruto explained. But Anko doesn't have bijou levels of chakra. The hospital head pointed out the apparent flaw. No, but she doesn't have her chakra restrained either. Do you remember her chakra levels before the procedure? Naruto asked. Yes, it was at mid-jounin, the Mednin said. Give them a check now, Naruto said with a wide grin. As he did so, the Mednin couldn't help but gape at the results. What's wrong? Did her chakra levels decrease or something? Sarutobi asked, worried. On the contrary, my scan shows that almost has low Kage levels of chakra. Half can only be used through the seal, but still, was the reply. After having the cursed seal for over 10 years, it shouldn't be so unexpected. You see, as her level of usable chakra to Jounin level, the amount of sealed-off chakra increased at the same rate. Naruto explained. I see, that certainly makes sense. Even if the corruption didn't spread, it increased along with the chakra paths because of the body's growth. Sarutobi said, deep in thought before turning to the blonde. All right, wake her up. She's probably fully recovered. With a nod, Naruto went to Anko's side and touched her forehead as he activated his magic cancel. That was all it took for the sleeping spell he had placed on her to be dispelled. Anko almost immediately opened her eyes and attempted to get up, only to be stopped by the hand still on her forehead. "Where am I? What happened?" she asked. "You're in the hospital. You've been asleep since last night after the sealing rituals," Naruto explained as the Hokage motioned the ANBU to leave. "What time is it?" she asked as she looked towards the window. "Almost 11, I think. I used a technique to keep you asleep. Till now, your body needed the time to accustom to the Shadow Heaven seal." The blonde said, "How are you feeling?" "I feel great. Did you give me a soldier pill or something? 'Cause I felt like I have more chakra than usual?" she asked. "No, it's just the chakra is no longer restrained by the cursed seal." Sarutobi made his input. "So, are you ready to leave?" "Yep, I'm starved actually. And I really don't want to eat any hospital food," Anko said as she got up. "Alright, we'll leave you to change then," Naruto said and followed the other two out of the room. A few minutes later she came out in her usual attire and with a curious expression. "Any idea why there are several MBU knocked out under the window?" she asked. "Oh, they were just trying to abduct you," Naruto said casually before he sent a Kage Bunshin inside with instructions to destroy the seals on the window. Just as the Naruto, Anko, and Sarutobi were leaving the hospital, an ANBU appeared with a message for the Hokage. "Damn, they move fast," Sarutobi cursed when he was informed about the council meeting. "They most likely want to know about what I did to the clouds," Naruto sighed. "Those root ANBU from last night must have given their report before attacking. There's already a rumor about me clearing the sky, from what Shikamaru told me." "Great, now what should I tell them? Those damn civilians will say that the fox is getting out of control and demand your execution." Again, Sarutobi groaned in frustration. "Well, for starters you can kick all the civilians out of the council room because it's a ninja issue," Naruto said with a grin. "Well, at least I won't have to listen to Haruno Isako screaming," Sarutobi sighed. "Hey kid, is there anyone else that can use that technique?" Anko asked with a thoughtful look in her eyes. "Yo, Eva, you hearing this? What should I tell her?" Naruto asked mentality.